Bethany said, can we still submit for secondary review? I thought we had until 3. Yeah, who told you couldn't? That's what I'm confused about, because you said, I thought we had until 3. You still do. That hasn't changed. We went live early yesterday. We still allowed you guys to submit until 3. That's still happening today. We're just live early, so I can knock out the reviews early, because I got plans this evening. So nothing has changed. The channels are not locked, and if the channels are not locked, you can still submit, right? So, yeah, you know, like, if anything ever changes, I will make a big announcement. So if there's no big announcement about the, you know, the cutoff time being changed, and I'll usually give you like many days of notice on that, because I don't want people supporting the channel to miss out on their reviews. So I'll always give you a lot of notice if I'm going to change, you know, like the timing and stuff. So yeah, you can still submit. You know, you're good. Belby, thank you for the first bits of the day. Very kind of you. Marie, thank you for the big 300. Dizzy Chic, thank you for the resub. Vox, thank you for the 101. Marie, thank you for the 200. Powerpuff for the 100. And Marie with the 10. Thank you, guys. Thank you. A lot of bits trolling in here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So, today we're going to be tackling secondary reviews, and we have a lot of ground to cover. We have a lot of ground to cover here, so I want to try to be done by 5. Now, thankfully, a lot of the snaps we reviewed yesterday were, like, pretty much good to go. So a lot of those won't be coming in for secondary reviews. Now, we do have a few people doing primary reviews that didn't make the deadline yesterday, so we'll get these ones out of the way today. And let's dive right into it today. I usually always give my spiel about how these reviews work, but, you know, I gotta be done by 5, so we got a lot of ground to cover. All right, and thank you guys. You guys already got us 20% towards the goal. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Let's knock out the primary reviews first, and then we'll move on to secondary reviews. Claudia is up first. Hope you had a good weekend. Here's my snap for this week's theme. I really enjoyed this one. Yeah, a lot of people did. It's good. It's a good theme. It's a good theme. Also got to use my firefly. Got my fireflies from the shop. Oh, nice. You got to use your fireflies. Okay. So we got option 1 here, and it looks like you got one other. Second version. Yeah, both very good. Love the orange friends around here. That's very cool. Tigger and Raja. That's awesome. I gotta say, I do like the second one more. I think the framing is a little better, and I love how you captured Simba here. He looks so much more cheerful and joyful, which is really fun. And this has been a popular technique this week. I've seen this in a lot of the high-end snaps where people, you know, they pair up yellow villagers, then like pink, and then orange and blue. I love how you did the blue and purple together. That's really clever. And then we have green over here on the side. Looking very good. Very popular dress this week as well. I think this dress will perform very well. It's been in a lot of snaps. Love the way you did the hair. You also got a lot of good blush. You got the good wings. You got the butterfly tiara. And the background is very strong. So, no recommended changes here. Very good snap. Between the two, Claudia, I would definitely choose... this second one here. Just because I think the framing is, you know, you're a little closer in, and Raja's kind of facing the camera directly, and Simba just looks extra joyful. And I also like that you brought Joy into the left-hand side, and Tinkerbell, so you got even more of a stage presence over here. So yeah, very good, very good. Miss Joe is next. Happy Tuesday. Just finished my snap. I'd love to hear your thoughts on which one to submit. Okay, so we have 2 options here. Option 1 and then option 2. Ooh, I'm liking option 2. So option 1 is nice. You got, you know, little confetti orbs kind of coming in. Great colors. Love the trees in the backdrop. Very, very vibrant outfit. Great job with the makeup, the hair color. But on the second one, I do like the incorporation of the fireworks as well. But I actually think I like the avatar a bit closer here in the original, but I like the addition of the fireworks. So they're both really good. I mean, you could honestly pick between either one of these. I do think the avatar looks a bit better here. I like the angle that she's kind of looking up into the sky. But yeah, both are great options. I mean, you know, you can always reshoot with this angle and add the fireworks. I also like that you got the little swirly pieces in here this time. But yeah, both great options, both great options. Very well done, Miss Joe. Bobs. Oh, this is good, Bobs. This is good. Very nice. Bella, hello. Hello from England. Won't be able to stay in the stream, but popping in. Welcome, my friend. Thank you for the resub. Good to see you. Miss Chris, thank you for the follow. Oh, and by the way, guys, I will be live the moment the Adventure Pack releases tomorrow. And we will also have Twitch drops back. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Busy day ahead of us tomorrow. Should be a lot of fun. Oh, and if you're going to upload for secondary reviews, you still have until 3 p.m. But FYI, we're going to lock the regular secondary review channel, but I made another one. That way it doesn't move people out of the queue, because that got confusing yesterday. People uploading during the stream would move people around. So there's a separate secondary review channel titled Secondary Reviews 7/7 for today's date. So if you have not already uploaded for secondary review, you still have until 3 p.m., but you'll need to upload to the 7/7 forum. Okay, anyway, back to it. So we got Bob's here. Very nice, very nice. Space Out and forgot to submit yesterday, but I took advice from the stream and tweaked it a bit. Mostly the characters and added some background things I didn't think about. I also just realized I forgot to change my eyebrow color, so that's fun. It's not super noticeable. You know, you got a lot of fun color going on. So, I mean, if you want to tweak it, but I think that's not going to be too big of a deal, Bobs. It's a beautiful snap. I mean, you have a lot of pot of gold rainbows. You got your hands on a lot of clovers. Even I only have 4 of these things. That's impressive. Mostly characters in the background I didn't think about. I just realized I forgot the eyebrow color. Super happy with how it turned out. Yeah, this is really good, Bobs. This is really good. I think this is a very safe 4K. Some of your best work, honestly. It's beautiful. You got a great job here getting the confetti dust. I love your outfit. Very vibrant, very colorful, very cool job with the hair, the headpiece. Magician Mickey, very colorful as well. Love how animated he is. And yeah, great colorful villagers, wonderful background. The dance floor tiles, a lot of people are missing those this week because not a lot of people have them. And I love the rainbow flowers here. Yeah, absolutely amazing job. I would not recommend any changes except, you know, if you want to go back and tweak the eyebrows. But that's a lot of work just for eyebrows, so I think you're safe for 4K either way. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Let me turn that down just a little bit here. DBS Preston, I'm unsure of what to use. I'm unsure what to use to close out the background. The smoke bombs will be in the rainbow gradient. I tried trees, but I was cutting into the rainbows, and it didn't look good, but I'm unsure what it needs. Thank you again for your advice. Why not just move the rainbows up, DBS Brat? Why not just move the rainbows up? Like, you can have your rainbows so much closer, and then you won't get these, like, white clouds in the back. Also, with these rainbows so far away, they're losing a lot of color. So, you know, you were like, oh, if I put trees there, they're going to cover the rainbows, and it won't look as good. Well, move things around, you know. Take the rainbows, move them up, put the trees in the back. You see a lot of people doing that really well. Like, look at this, you know. All these beautifully colored trees in the back. I mean, that's going to look a lot better than just a foggy blue background, right? It doesn't really feel like an explosion of colors right now. But if you added more colors, you know, if you added all these beautiful trees, and then you can bring your balloon basket up, you can bring your rainbows up, and also you might not know this because I'm guessing you don't, because you kept all your smoke bombs one color, even though the challenge is explosions of color, and you changed all your spirit water curtains to be different colors. Did you know you can interact with the smoke bombs and change their colors? You can give them a bunch of different colors. And since this challenge is about explosions of color, the fact that you're only using the palest option, I think is a missed opportunity. I think you can really play up some more colors back here with these smoke bombs. I mean, look at what some other people are doing, right? Like, look at the smoke bombs here. We have yellow, then we have pink, we have this orangish note, we have blue, we have green. Like, look at this explosion of colors. It's going to be hard to compete against snaps like that. Now, this could still get 4K. It's very pretty. Just depends on what it pops up against, but it definitely needs to be more filled out if you want to be able to compete with these other snaps. Like, every snap we've seen so far today has been very strong, and this one would have a very hard time against any of those. So the challenge is explosions of color. And when it comes to making a picture explode with color, you want a lot of vibrant, bold colors. That's why you don't see a lot of very light pink in a lot of these snaps, and you also don't see a lot of gray. You're using all this gray path, and over here you have the dance floor tiles, but you're only using a few of them, and you're putting a bunch of cobblestone under it. You have a bunch of colored bushes here, but we can't see a lot of them because they're kind of buried behind one another. We can see them here on the side. So, you know, if you pop up against the right things, DVS, this could get 4K, but there are so many extremely well-colored snaps out there, and I highly recommend you step it up in terms of vibrant colors. So if you're worried about the rainbows, for one, they're too far back to really benefit you. And number two, you know, this blue sky is very pale. It's not really giving an explosion of colors. So the trees would be very nice, and you can always move your background closer. Look at how close the background is on these builds compared to yours, you know, and look at how much more colorful they are. Kirsty is next. Very cool. Love the moth wings, Kirsty. Love the moth wings. This is my first review. I follow the general advice for weeks. I fall in and out of 4K, so I want a bit more consistency. Okay. Well, very cool wings for the avatar here. Ginger Snap, thank you for the resub. Welcome. Love the multicolored trees here. Love the rainbow flowers. Now, Kirsty, there are a few things you could be doing to make your Dreamsnap more competitive, and that's going to help you not fall out of the 4K range as frequently. So, number one is the Dreamsnap meta. Notice how all of these players, like, you know, and this snap here from Claudia, right? Claudia has been consistently placing, like, in the top 500 to top 100 every week for the last several weeks. Very consistent with getting 4K. You see how she's pushing the camera closer to the avatar? She has her avatar very well featured. And then Bob's also a very consistent 4K earner. Look at how close Bob's avatar is. And now we're going to also look at Beyblade Snap from yesterday. Look at Beyblade Snap, right? Also featuring the avatar very, very close to the frame. We look at Mama Dukes. She's doing the same thing. Mama Dukes is on a very long 4K streak. The reason all these players are pushing the camera closer to the avatar is because voters absolutely eat that up. If you go into Dreamer's Portal or you go onto my Facebook post when we share 4K snaps and there's like hundreds of snaps there, you're going to see that like roughly 70 to 80% of the snaps in the 4K range are built like this. They have their avatar very well featured right up at the front of the scene. So if you're making your dream snaps this way, where you're just doing the basic portrait mode instead of pushing your camera up, like if you're submitting all your snaps like this without getting the camera closer, yeah, you're going to see a good bit of fluctuation, because snaps like this can and do get 4K. They just don't get it as consistently as the players that are utilizing the meta. So the big part of getting 4K consistently is understanding what voters like. Now, you've done a great job with the background, and this certainly could still get 4K if it pops up against the right things. But again, since voters do prefer these, you know, snaps that are very filled out, that have the avatar very close, when you pop up against these in competitions, that's probably what's costing you 4K every once in a while. So I would make sure to play up the meta. And with these big wings, that might be hard. Maybe that's why you're further away, because if you get too close to the camera, the big wings are going to cover everything. If that's the case, you might have to switch out your wings. I do love the moth wings, but yeah, I do think getting a bit closer here would help. Now, the other thing that's going to help you be more consistent, Kirsty, is balance. So you see this rainbow flower here on the left? You see how it's kind of rounded into the corner? Now look at the one on the right. It's not even touching the corner, right? The round part ends right here. So this rainbow flower has a gap between the edge of the frame, and this rainbow flower is in the corner. So when you're building your snaps, always try to, you know, think critically of your own work. Like, look at your snap, look at your foreground. Is it equal? Is it balanced? If not, you know, exit camera mode, move things around a little bit, try to get that balance, because I can tell you right now, a lot of the very strong snaps in the 4K range are going to have that. You see how Bob's flowers here are right in this corner? and then we look over here and they're doing the exact same thing, that's what I mean. I can guarantee you'll see the same thing if we go to Mama Dukes or Beyblade. And that's why these players are very consistently getting 4K. Yep, here's Beyblade. Look at that. I didn't even know for sure, but I just knew. You know, I haven't checked their corners because they always do a good job with this. But you see how the flowers are equally spaced on both sides? They're pretty much identical. So that balance is very important. You know, we look at Mama Dukes, exact same thing. So these players that are very consistently getting 4K, they're doing all of these things I'm recommending to you. They do these things every week, and they just stay in 4K. They stay around the top 100, the top 500, the top 1,000. So, you know, again, the big trick here would be really showcasing and highlighting the avatar very well towards the front of your scene. Or if you're not using the avatar, you can always do this with villagers. The other thing would be balance, having the same amount of space between your foreground elements and the edge of the frame. It just frames the photo better, makes it more appealing. Again, very, very good colors. I think you've done a great job with the scene here. And even as it is, it could get 4K if it pops up against the right things. But yeah. Moving on to Bella here. Hi, Sabai from England. Hope you enjoy your time in England. Sorry I didn't get in yesterday. Struggling with inspiration on vacation. I have 2 different outfits and poses for this one. Hoping I can salvage 4K with your help. Okay, so we got option number 1. And then we got option number 2. You know, I haven't really seen anybody using this dress yet. I think it could do well this week, but it has not been very popular. Which I'm surprised, because usually premium shop stuff always pops up. But I guess everybody wanted things that were a bit more colorful, and since it has so much black, I guess a lot of people avoided it. I also wasn't intending on using it. And yeah, you do have some good colors here. But one thing I would recommend, Bella, is a bit more of a colorful outfit. So this is very pale. The wings are very pale. The pink blossom dress is very pale. This could get 4K, again, if it pops up against the right things. But I want you to take note of your competition. Look at how vibrant their outfits are. They're using these bold, saturated colors. And this would be very easy for you to change. You know, they were using very vibrant wings with, like, you know, you don't have to use the Rainbow Phoenix wings, but there's wings like the Moth wings even that have like a ton of color, whereas these wings are just a very pale purple. When you think of an explosion of colors, vibrancy is going to be good. So pastels and pale colors, they're not very vibrant. That's why snaps like this are so strong. Pretty much every color we see here is very vibrant. You know, it feels like an explosion of colors. And that's why I would recommend, you know, a bit of an outfit change for both of these. And, you know, you have the rainbow flowers here on the right. I would also have them on the left. You can always move your fireworks to another position. You can have them kind of on the edge of the shot if you need to. And I would also be considerate of, like, color diversity. Like, your whole background is kind of like purple and yellow. Whereas if you look at a lot of these other snaps, you know, they have, like, all the colors of the rainbows in the back. You don't have to do anything this extravagant, but, you know, these type of snaps I definitely think are going to be a bit more competitive this week because they just offer a wide range of color. Yvette. All right. Very popular dress this week. We got some really great rainbows in the scene, storyteller fires. You've changed the colors on the smoke bombs. My biggest recommendation here, Yvette, would be to adjust your saturation. So you have great colors, but you haven't really, you know, with the challenge being explosions of color, and with the theme saying build a scene full of light and color, using your camera sliders this week to really make the most of that, to really bring out the color, is going to be very good. So here we have Bob's photo, right? If we look at that compared to this, one feels way more like an explosion of colors, which would be this one. Now, I think this will beat a lot of snaps, but I think it will struggle against snaps like the one Bob's has here, or snaps like the one Beyblade has, or like this snap, for example. And you know why? It's because these players have all changed their camera settings a bit. And that's also something you see a lot in 4K are people that are really bringing out the colors of their scenes. So it looks like you're using the sunset time of day, which is good. What I would recommend here is maybe a 0.3 or 0.4 saturation. You can also boost highlight, but that's just going to make your colors far more vibrant than they are, and it's going to help you be competitive against some snaps, that we're seeing here. So Mama Dukes has her saturation boosted. Beyblade has her saturation boosted. Dree has her saturation boosted. I think this was Lena. I can't remember whose this was. This one has their saturation boosted. So all of these very strong snaps, they're running, 0.3, 0.4 saturation with the sunset time of day and 0.6 with the midday time of day. And I think if you were to play up, a bit more color here by boosting saturation, you wouldn't even have to add multiple new items. It would just make these colors far more vibrant, and I think make the photo more competitive. But yeah, great job with the avatar and the villagers, and I love the rainbows in the back. Again, even without changes, could potentially get 4K. Just depends on what it pops up against. There's some photos I think that can give it a hard time. Next, we have Gryffindor Panda. Very cool Gryffindor. Very colorful scene here. Very colorful. I would consider adding some additional items here, like the Storyteller Fires. That way you can get some color in the sky, because if you put those like kind of behind you here, you can get some fun colors wafting up. The other thing is, I talked about this outfit yesterday, Gryffindor Panda, so I'm guessing you missed the stream yesterday, because I know you uploaded this today at 9:47, because we actually talked about this outfit a bit. It's not the best for the challenge. It's very pale. It's kind of the same thing we were saying for, like this very pale pink dress. I'm sure you will see some of these in 4K, but the outfits that are, I think, going to steal the show this week are these very vibrant. That's why this is one of the most common dresses this week. This flower dress in particular is extremely vibrant, extremely colorful, whereas this Isabella dress is very pale. It's a pastel pink. And then, the back of these wings actually have a ton of color, but this pastel purple kind of covers them. And there's a lot of outfits you can use that are going to really help you bring out more of an explosion of color in your snap. So we have Mama Dukes here. We have Beyblade. We have Dree. Like, look at how colorful these outfits are. And then we also have Bob's here. So all of these outfits are very, very vibrant. They're using deep colors instead of pale colors. So I would definitely reconsider your outfit. And I would also think about things like face paint, hair color. You kept your hair kind of black this week. There's really fun things you can do, with the hair colors. Again, look at these examples. Look at what people are doing. This whole photo is absolutely loaded with color. And then we have color from the wings, we have color from the hair, we have color from the eye makeup, we have color from the eyebrows, color from the lip, color from the necklace, color from the bracelet, color from the fit. So much color. And then same thing here. People are doing really fun things with their hair. It's a great week to get super creative with the way you style the avatar. And really do your most to bring out solid color. Like if you look at Beyblade here, we have color from the necklace. They have a special face paint on for more color. They've colored the lip. They have a golden tiara here, like this oceany tiara. They colored the hair green and purple. The hair has flowers in it as well. We have these colorful wings, and we have a very colorful dress. So, your scene is nice and colorful. I do think getting something going on with the sky, whether it's the aurora or rainbows. If you have rainbows, those would be very nice because they play very well into the theme. Hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you, Zombie. They play very well into the theme. So yeah, I think you're going for like an Isabella cosplay here, but that's not the challenge. The challenge is explosion of color.
Wave, probably Horton
Hey,
Wave, probably
Beagle
Horton
Mama.
Wave, probably Horton Wave, cheer
Thank
100,
you, my
cheer
friend. Thank you.
100, cheer 100.
Appreciate the big 300. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. So yeah, the Isabella cosplay is fun with like the Isabella rugs and stuff, but I don't think it would perform very well against some of its competition, because when people read explosions of color, they're gonna, when two Dreamsnaps hop up against each other and they both have a very colorful environment, how colorful the avatar is, I think, is going to carry a lot of weight this week. And this is just not a very colorful outfit. Okay, moving on. We have Sasha Zito. Hey, Zeb, I hope these are 4K worthy. Change a few things between the two. Curious what you think is better. Okay, so we have option number 1. And then we have option number 2. Option number 2 is definitely much better using the sunset time of day, which gives a very good natural saturation. Just look at how much more colorful it is. I do like the outfit in one. You could use the outfit in either, but the real difference here is the lighting. So you can use either outfit, but yeah, sunset time of day is going to be really good here, especially with the boosted saturation. So you've done a great job with like the saturation and the color. And yeah, you have the smoke bombs. I don't know if you have confetti cannons or fireworks, but I think those could be very good as well because they play up the explosion part of the challenge a good bit. And then you do have a lot of empty space right here behind these flower beds. So if you wanted, you could do more flowers going down the side there, just to make it even more colorful. Or you could do another, rainbow flower here and another rainbow flower here if you wanted. But yeah, definitely the lighting in the second option. Great job with the hair color, the butterfly tiara, the eyeshadow, the eye makeup here, the wings. And again, both outfits are really good, but the lighting here is about 10 times better. So it's going to be your best bet for, a 4K snap here. Alrighty. And Jennifer, thank you for the 100 bits. Very kind of you, very kind of you. Let's move on to secondary reviews. And once we finish secondaries, we'll see if any more primary reviews come in. All right, we got a lot of ground to cover here as well. Looks like Dreamer is up first. Hey, Mags with a hundo as well. Thank you, my friend. And we got a little hype train rolling in. Let's go, let's go. So this was Dreamer's yesterday, or I believe Friday, we reviewed this one. And, we talked about the lighting playing a big part here. Now we have this one. And we have this one. So in this one, Dreamer, you actually look happy and joyful, which is part of the challenge. So I would definitely go with the joyful version. Cambria, thank you for the 100 bits, my friend. Very kind of you. But also, Dreamer, one of my biggest recommendations here, if you watch the other reviews, you see how you're bringing these big trees all the way out? That's why they're so dark. That's why they're so dark. You don't want big trees on the side of your snap because they're not going to catch the light the same way. I also don't think you need these lanterns here. So these little lanterns give a little bit of color, but these dark trees take away a ton of color. So that's why I was saying, if you watch the reviews from yesterday, we've already discussed this quite a bit. So a few things, Streamer, a few things. Number one, I would get rid of these lantern trees. They're dark, they're not colorful. The lanterns are colorful, but it's not worth the trade-off of having these big dark trees. Again, look at your competition and try not to rush your resubs and your submission. Look at how much color we have here. There's not really any dark or any gray. Same thing here. And then when we look at really strong snaps like Bob's, there's absolutely no dark colors. It's an explosion of vibrancy. The challenge said to make a scene full of light and color. Now, another thing you're going to notice in all these photos is that they don't have trees on the sides. You see how you have this tree on the side here and this tree on the side here? They're not doing anything for you. If you want color on the sides, put it in the back. Put it in your background. Let me show you what I mean. So, when you're building a scene, you don't really want big items out on the side. For your big items, you put them in a row in the back. And that's just going to allow your scene to have adequate lighting all throughout the photo. If we adjust our saturation and stuff here, you'll see that there's no... look at the color of my trees. Look at how vibrant and bright they are. And now look at the color of your trees. You see how dark this is? It's there's barely any color here. It's all shadow. Same on this side. And the reason my trees are so colorful and your trees are so dark is quite simple. All of my trees are back here. There's really no reason to put trees on the side of your build like this. Because when you do this, they're not going to catch the light very well. This whole side of the tree here that we're going to see is dark. Whereas the front of it is bright. That's why our trees go in the back, right? Now, if you're really good at Dreamsnaps, you can adjust settings and make up for this shadow. If you're like super talented with the camera tool, you can make something like this work. But it's so much easier just to build, and I want you to think about this for every challenge streamer. You want to structure your Dreamsnap in a particular way. Small items in the front, like these tulip flowers and these rainbow flowers. Medium items in the middle. So things you can see over, see around. Medium and small, really, for your middle. And then for your background, that's where you put all your trees and all your big items, right? And again, you can look at Claudia's, who's been in the top 100 very consistently. Notice how she doesn't have any big trees on the side. Everything is in a big row on the back. The row kind of bends inward, but every big item is back to where it'll catch light. You see how bright these trees are in the top right? So if you want to put color on the right side of your screen, use tall items in the back so they catch the light. And again, I would get rid of these darker colors. But yeah, for your poses, definitely go with one where you have a bit of a smile on. It makes it feel more joyful. And as this is now, it could potentially get 4K. You got some great color here, but I think it could be far more competitive if you got rid of these dark colors. And if you took these trees and you just put them in your background instead of having them on the side where they're not catching any sunlight. Plum Bob. Oh yeah, this was Plum Bob's. Okay, so absolutely amazing photo here. My only recommendation for this one was to consider adding a couple of villagers. And we talked about Tigger and Joy in particular. Great job. I mean, what do you think, Plum Bob? Do you like it more with the two of them? I think it's super fun. And I think it'll make you more competitive against other snaps that are using villagers as well, because at least you'll have some villager presence. And yeah, they're not really blocking anything super important here. Joy's pretty small. Tigger's just bouncing for Joy. So yeah, looks really good. Looks really good. Wonderful work here, Plum Bob. If you like it more, definitely go with it. But if you like your original more, you can stick with that. It's totally your call. It's your snap. I definitely like this one more, though. Great job. GG. So another amazing snap that we reviewed. I only had one small word of advice here, which was to give the hair some fun color. It's a great week to break away from, like, normal hair colors. Oh, my God. I love what you went with here. Yes, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, because you already have, like, so much orange and green. So I think bringing the blue in, especially with, like, the purple lip and the purple eyeshadow, you really got all the colors in your fit that are in your wings now. So the dress has the yellow and orange. The belt here has the green. The jade bracelet has the green. Your eyes have the purple. Your hair has the blue and the light blue. Very cool, very cool. So one subtle change, but it made the photo even more colorful. Look at that. Very subtle change, even more color coming in. Great job, great job. Wonderful work. Oh, and it looks like you have one other. Okay, this one's pretty fun. But I'll be honest, I like this one. I like this one because I love the swirls in the hair. And I actually really like this dress with your scene. Oh, and you also got rid of the white path behind you. Nice. Yeah, you really toned down how much, now the whole photo is an explosion of colors. I also really like Tinkerbell kind of laughing on the inside of your wing here. That's super cool. Yeah, I definitely think the second option here is the best, but all of these would likely get 4K. But I think this one is the most competitive out of the three. T-Dow, we got yesterday's here. We talked about changing the outfit and diversifying the colors a bit. Oh, wow. Yeah, looks like you really added a lot of fun colors to your scene. And great job making the outfit more vibrant. Ooh, this one's good. Yeah, this one has better saturation. So it looks like on this one we have the maybe midday lighting, and this one maybe sunset. Or it could just be the saturation's a bit higher. But I really like the third option. That warm light coming in just really brings out the saturation well. And yeah, compared to where we were yesterday, now you have a very joyful expression. The avatar looks a lot happier. You also fixed the eyebrows, which is really nice. Because yesterday we had our little caterpillars here. And now instead of just green and purple for the back, you got a nice array of colors. I think this is very likely for 4K. Great job. You definitely made this snap far more competitive. And also with the increase of space you've given yourself, you've been able to add even more fun villagers. So absolutely outstanding job, T-Dow. You did great with the advice given. Wonderful work. Amanda is next. Suggestions were fill in the empty spaces with items like the Inside Out Orbs, Well of Souls Glimmer, balance out brightness in the flowers, foreground, chandelier of the deep, and colored bushes behind the curtains. Okay, so we got yesterday's here. Yeah, we were talking about this space here. I think this will be a very strong snap. We were just talking utilizing more of that space. Oh, wow, great job here. Hey, we got a raid coming in. Hello, hello. Lady Luna. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Good to see you, cool guys. Good to see you. We are in the middle of our Dreamsnap reviews for Explosions of Color. Right now, we're doing secondary reviews. So this is the snap we reviewed yesterday, which is very strong, but we had some opportunity behind the characters. And this is after they made my recommended changes here. I got to say, Amanda, you did like even better than I thought it would look. Like, this is really good. You really took the advice and ran with it. Because we did have a lot of opportunity here to play up more colors. And we just, all I did was list off some fun items like, things like the Well of Souls or the yellow orbs, colors you can put behind them, flowers. And yeah, you really, really played up these colors. I love how well this came together. And you even colored the hair now. You've added some fun color to the hair. Absolutely outstanding work here, Amanda. Certainly, you have made the Dreamsnap even more competitive. I also like that one thing we didn't talk about was spacing out the rainbows more, but I actually really like the way you funneled them. Like we're looking, into a tunnel of rainbows here. That's super cool. But yeah, you made some amazing changes. You also added some confetti in. And you did put the chandeliers of the deep at the front of your scene to light up your 2 rainbow flowers. So yeah, you did. I mean, you absolutely knocked it out of the park, Amanda. Great job. Very likely for 4K here. Delionica is next. Changes, make the avatar more colorful, fix the color of the smoke bomb to make it more vivid, change the floor from wood to mosaic, placed trees to be more vibrant. Thank you, Senpai. Okay, so this was yesterday's. So we were talking about bringing out more color here with the outfit. We talked about bringing out more color, instead of the wood planks. And then we talked about adding some more color to the background. So let's see how that came together here. All right. Definitely more colorful. I would say instead of like the blonde hair, I think you could play up something really fun. So I would look for a color you don't have a lot of here. So we have blue at the top from the sky. Maybe red. So you have a little bit of red on the corners here. And then you have red on the skirt. So maybe if you did red fading into purple, that's going to add more color diversity to your scene. Definitely improvement from yesterday. Though I will say it's a lot of yellow, and what worries me is that there's a lot of snaps that have really good color diversity where they're really covering this broad spectrum of colors, which is why I think coloring the hair will help with that. But, we have kind of a yellowish smoke bomb here. We have yellow here. We have yellow here, and then we have green here. I would maybe have a bit more blue smoke bomb, because you do have a blue smoke bomb here behind the tree, but it's kind of hidden. Maybe make this one right next to it blue as well. That way we can go yellow, blue, then go green, and then, maybe purple, and then, back to the same color we have on this side. But yeah, definitely stronger than yesterday. It feels more like an explosion of color. And lastly, if you do happen to have things like the confetti cannon or maybe even the Mushu fireworks, that could be helpful here as well. Again, a lot of your competitors are, really rocking a wide array, a wide spectrum of colors. So I would just be very mindful of that and think about how you can diversify the color arrangement here a little bit more, because it is an abundance of yellow. Like instead of a yellow tree, maybe one of the bluish trees. And yeah, I like that you made the outfit a bit more colorful. I would just maybe change the hair from red that fades into purple, because red is a color we don't have too much of here. And then maybe try to define the color shift in the smoke bombs a little bit more. Katie girl. So this was, I think Friday we reviewed this one. Don't have a lot of time to change too much until after Tuesday, but added makeup, hair color, try to replace paper items with bigger colors. Thank you for reminding me to do the makeup. Yeah, so this was the original. So we didn't have the makeup here yet, or the lip. I think we also talked about how to make your eyes bright. Hopefully you're here when we discuss that, because there is a way you can make your eyes really pop in this game. And we just talked about playing up, you know, more color diversity here. Let's see what you ended up doing with the new one. Oh, very nice. Yeah, you've really upped your game here. So a lot more saturation, very vibrant. Love the hair color. Great job adding the makeup. And you did do the eye trick. You did make... Look how much brighter the eyes are. So yesterday they're like very dark here. And now look at how much these eyes are popping. This vibrant like emerald green. You know, we have these beautiful tulip flowers here. One of the most colorful houses in the game right in the middle. I love the way you arrange the smoke bombs with the spirit water curtains. We go from blue, and then we have some red back here. We have green here. We have yellow. So you got some great diverse colors. A little bit of firework action here in the house in the back. Yeah, overall, very, very solid changes. You know, your original Snap had some good color. But this feels more like an explosion of colors. And I think it'll help you be more competitive with some of these snaps, you know, because there's a lot of snaps out there that really, really do offer quite an explosion of colors. And popping up against some of these snaps, you know, even if your snap is colorful, it might not be enough to compete with some of these others. But this is, I think, much more competitive. I think you did a great job here. Jingle Bells, Jen, thank you for the big 318 biddies. Very kind of you, very kind. We're almost halfway to goal. Much appreciated. Y'all drop some love in the chat for the bid senders. Thank you so much, you guys, for always making these streams possible. Zombie is next. Hi, somebody you suggested to take out the Celestial Fountain so I can have characters closer. Here's what I came up with. Thank you for the advice. The first one is the OG, and the others are the updated. There's just minor detail differences. Okay. So this was the original, and I really like this one. I think the background is great. I love the Bing Bong Candy Station here. I love the villagers, the backdrop. The only thing I felt like that could make this a little bit more competitive was the foreground here being this Celestial Observatory piece. It's a lot of gray. And, you know, my question was, is it really worth it? Because as long as this is here, we won't be able to have our villagers closer, and we won't have as much color. So let's see what you ended up doing here. Okay, very nice. We got the villagers highlighted a bit better here. And then, okay, very cool. This one does have more of a blue hue. I think blue is very dominant here. So I actually like this one a little bit more because it's a little bit more pink mixed in here. My only recommendation from here, Zombie, if you wanted to make any more changes, would be for the foreground. One of my rules of thumb, something I pretty much always do, is fill out the corners themselves. So I think if you took these star platforms and just moved both of them, you have them very well balanced. But I would move them just a little bit more right so that the circle of them kind of comes into these corners to frame the shot. And that would also give it a little bit more visibility of like the pink in Minnie's shoes and the red in Daisy's dress. So if you have this little star platform rounded out in your corner here, it's going to fill out both these bottom corners. And then your villagers will fill out the rest. Like if you move this over a little bit, we would see more of like Donald's foot, more of the color of the path. That's my only recommendation, is really take those two star platforms and just move both of them about 2 spaces outward. And that way you can fill out the bottom left and bottom right corners of the scene even better. But yeah, aside from that, I think it's a super unique snap. I haven't seen much like this. I've seen a lot of like very rainbow builds, but this one has a really fun carnival vibe. It feels very celebratory. You know, you've got the fireworks, you got the aurora, you got multiple rainbows, you got great villager presence, and a super unique outfit. So hopefully it does well. Like I said, it's different, so that could be good sometimes. It can not be good sometimes. It just depends on what kind of voters you get and what you pop up against. But yeah, absolutely amazing work here, Zombie. Lil Jim is next. With the flowers, I just said, let me see. Which one is the new? Which one is the old? So we have these two here. Ah, yes, I think this one was the old with the flowers here in the middle. And what we talked about was, you know, you have these pink flowers here, but they're on top of a pink rug, these flowers in the foreground. But we have these great rainbow flowers in the back. And then we have these rainbow... Hey, thank you, my friend. It's party time. Let's go, let's go. So you have this great rainbow alignment of trees in the back. So the very top of our scene has this rainbow pattern, but the bottom of our scene plays up this pink a lot. To balance out the top and the bottom, my recommendation was to take this rainbow flower set and put that in this bottom left corner and put one in this bottom right corner. And looks like that's what you did here. So... And it also looks better because now you don't see all the brown here, and you freed up some space for Stitch. So now we have Stitch right in the middle, rolling around in the flowers, which is super cute. You got the rainbow flowers in your corners here, which again ties in well to the top of your scene. My only minor recommendation here is we have a tiny bit of a framing issue on the new one. You see how yesterday your trees contacted the edge of the frame on both sides? On the new one, you actually have a very small gap. And this is a small thing, not something you need to hyper-focus on, but it could be an easy fix. If you take this yellow tree and just move it a couple spaces to the right, you can fill out this edge the same kind of way you're filling out this edge. Or you could just, you know, when you snap your shot, just slightly tilt your angle a little bit. You probably turn your angle this way to get Stitch right in the middle, which is fine. But if you're going to do that, I would take this tree and move it just a little bit to the left to fill out this pocket here. Because you see on the left side, we don't really see any blue. But now when we come to the right side, we see the blue of the sky kind of drop down. So it's a balance thing. Just, you know, just moving that tree a little bit, I think would be helpful. But yeah, great job with the advice. I think you did a wonderful job here. Poppy is next. Your suggestions were try changing the flowers a little and move the little gray corners out. Also added Tigger and love how I got the bee, so I'm hoping nothing changes. First the original. Thanks for the suggestions. Okay. So this was the OG. And yeah, we talked about the flower beds here. We talked about if you move them into your corners, you won't see the brown or the gray, and they can be great corner pieces. And then we talked about, you know, diversifying the environment that we have here as well. Oh yeah, the bee does look really good here. Then you had one without. It does look like your saturation was a little higher on your original. So you see how vibrant this green is here? And then we look at today's. It's a little bit more pale. I'm not sure what you adjusted your settings to here. But without a saturation boost, the smoke bombs can come off a little pale. As it stands right now, the original feels more colorful. The saturation is a little bit higher. And then we have all the color from the poppies as well. And since the challenge is explosions of color, I think the original might be the better thing to submit for now. Now, if you wanted to go with this one, I do love the bee. But I think it's going to be riskier because your colors on the outer edges are far more pale than they are in this scene. I do like the addition of the orbs. And, you know, you could still use poppies as well. When I say diversify, that doesn't mean get rid of an element. It means add other elements among it. So, you know, I'm surprised you completely removed the poppies because that wasn't really the direction I was encouraging you to go. I was just encouraging you to incorporate some other details within the environment here. But yeah, for now, I would actually say this one has better color. If you can dial up the saturation a bit here, and maybe instead of these like sparkles and pink roses, maybe we can do the poppies right here. You know, that's what I was recommending, was to not do the poppies all the way back, but to mix in other elements so the picture has a little bit more diversity. And I would do things that are, you know, of equal color to what we see here with the poppies. So what you could have done is instead of these very pale like beast roses, we could have done the poppies here. Then we could have done the tulips here. Then we could have done the button flowers, kind of like you have here. You know, and things like glimmer can be fun, like, you know, right behind your water curtains if you wanted. But yeah, I would say the first one is still probably the safer submission for now. Suli, I have I have submitted 2 for secondary review. One with the Phoenix and one without the, and one without. You said the outfit was okay, changed my hairstyle, changed the color, suggested I change Mickey's outfit. I removed the chair fountains as I didn't think they brought anything to the picture. Look forward to your feedback. Okay. So this was the original. Yeah, great job with the new hair on the avatar. Definitely bringing in a ton of color here. I do love the pose with the sunbird pose where you're kind of looking at Tinkerbell. You have great confetti here on the sides. Very nice rainbows here. Now for the one with the bird. Okay, this one's really fun as well. I actually think I like the Tinkerbell one more. The one with the Phoenix is fun. Adds a ton of color here at the front.
Have a refreshment.
So I do really enjoy the Phoenix shot you have here. However, since you already have the wings and the big hair, you know, you and the Phoenix are taking up a lot of real estate. Whereas you don't necessarily need the Phoenix because you already have these very colorful wings. Now you've made your hair more colorful. And I actually like the storytelling of this better where you're kind of interacting with Tinkerbell. Not to mention, without the Phoenix perched here, we can see your villagers really well. And you have a great wow factor with just how many villagers you're using. So yeah, I would go with this one. Fantastic job, Suli. So we went from here to here. Very nice, very nice. Jingle bells. Hi, Zamai. You didn't really suggest changing anything. I just fiddled around with it. I tried different color dresses, but stuck with the red one in the end. Trying to get a little bit more color in here. And so I ended up with an updated version. First of the OG. Villagers are rearranged because those were the ones available at the time. And I didn't feel like summoning them all. Gotcha. So we have this one here from the original. And now we have this one here. Well, I do like the additional color. You know, you've added a lot of color to the avatar here with the eye makeup. That's really fun. And you even added the Phoenix bird right here, the little rainbow Phoenix flying in the background, which is really cool. Looks like you got a little confetti falling as well. I do like the addition of the confetti. And it looks like you got the fireflies a bit better in this new one too. They're in the old shot, you know, you have the fireflies kind of clustered on the left side of the castle. Whereas in the one today, they're like gathered all around it, which is really cool. And you also got the whole scene to look a bit more bright and vibrant. It looks like you've adjusted your settings a bit differently. Yeah, I think you've removed the vignette for one, because I can see the corners here are a bit darker yesterday. Now, yeah, I don't think there's any vignette on this one. And it looks like you've also enhanced the highlight, or it could just be the lack of vignette. You've colored the hair a little bit brighter. Yeah, I definitely think the new one is very... I think this one is more competitive for sure. It definitely feels even more colorful. It definitely feels like a scene full of light and color. First one was really good and really fun. Again, the pose is like really cool here. But yeah, I would go with the second one for sure. The way you got the settings adjusted seems very strong here. Lisa, thanks for all your advice. You suggested I change the outfit, remove gazebos, bring the trees forward, and add more color to the smoke bombs. Add the storyteller fires also, 2 outfit options. Okay, so this was yesterday's. Yeah, we talked about changing the outfit. We talked about removing the white gazebos. And then we talked about bringing that tree line closer just to make the most of the colors in the back and fill out the scene even more. Okay, very nice. And then we got this one as well. Well, I think I opened the same one. It's this one. Oh, that one's cool. I do think I prefer this one with the skirt coming all the way down. Because with this dress, we still see a lot of this, like, kind of brown under you. Whereas here, we get this very vibrant green coming down at the base of the scene. So I actually like the colors in the outfit on this one a bit more. I don't know if you have the pot of gold rainbows, but I think those would be really good on the left and right, kind of having a rainbow arch out of the scene since you have this middle rainbow. So if you did the St. Patrick's Day event and you gathered the, if you happen to gather the clovers, having a pot of gold rainbow here kind of right in front of this fireworks display, arching out to the left, and then having one arching out to the right could be really cool to see here. And the other thing I think that can make this more competitive would be to also consider mixing in other trees of a similar color around these trees, just to diversify your tree line a little bit. There's like smaller blue trees, there's smaller orange trees, smaller yellow trees, and the green tree here is taking up a ton of space. So maybe for the green tree, you can put that in the middle. Like, balance could be helpful here. So, picture this, right? You see how this is the middle of the tree, but this is the middle of the photo? If you took this green tree and you put it right in the middle, like to where it was lined up with you and the rainbow, then you can have this yellow tree and this blue tree equal distance from the green tree. And then you can have the purple tree and the orange tree equal distance from their counterparts. And I would do the same red tree on both sides. Like here, you have one of the red Japanese maples, and here you do as well, but they're facing different directions. So this one comes down much lower, and this one's branches go much higher. So it's about balance. I would try to adjust the balance of this tree line in the back a little bit. Fims is all lost and by first of the OG. Okay, so that would be this one. Your recommendations were replace the dookie colored trees with more lush green trees, add petals to the empty pockets on the ground, utilize confetti cannons, and bring villagers closer to the front side. Thank you for the amazing tips. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, we were talking about these trees. Like, we have these greens, which are like a yellowish green. And we were talking about how in the game there are some very lush, vibrant greens that would match with the greens we have on these foreground elements. So let's take a look at your new version here. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Now we have these beautiful, vibrant greens up here. We have this fun confetti coming in on the sides. It feels very celebratory. And you were also able to bring your villagers in, which, you know, highlights everybody a little bit better, makes it feel even more festive. Yeah, very good job, very good job. Feels even more like an explosion of colors. Well done, Fim, well done. I love the changes. Live Fatale says I try to make it more vivid this time around and utilize some trees. The first is my OG, the second is my retry. Suggestions: bring the camera closer to the avatar, add colorful trees, landscaping items, lighting. I'm not sure if I got the sun in the right spot, but the saturation looks better, I think. Okay, so we have yesterday's, and I think for this particular player, for Live Fatale, they said they were pretty new to the game and also new to Dreamsnaps. So the main thing we focused on was teaching them about the Dreamsnaps meta, showing them, you know, how popular it is within the 4K range for the avatar to be very well featured, and how these portrait mode shots tend to accommodate, you know, about 70 to 80% of what we see in the 4K range. And we also talk about having the sun behind the camera, and as a new player, you won't have as many Scrooge items, but there's a lot of great landscaping items you can use when it comes to adding colors to scenes. Landscaping can be one of your best friends. So let's see what you did with the advice here. Okay. So, yeah, the saturation does look better, but as for the sun, Live Fatale, that's actually the most important thing, is lighting. So you can boost the saturation, but you're still going to have a really hard time competing against snaps that do have the sun behind the camera. So here's the thing, Liv, here's the thing. You can't move the sun, but you can move your build. So it's all about where you make your scene. And the fun thing is, this is a pretty small scene, Liv. So what you could do, it's very easy. Your scene is about this big. So all you have to do is go into furniture mode, swap to group mode, which allows you to select a bunch of stuff at once. Drag group mode across your scene like this, and now you have your whole build. Now you can rotate it towards the sun. You can move it towards the sun. So right now, let me see if we can find out where your sun is. Yeah, you're kind of all in the shade, so your sun is probably back here, either to the right or to the left. It's being blocked, so you have no light hitting your scene. And again, I cannot stress to you enough, Fatale, how big of a deal this is. It is a tremendously big thing. I want you to look at our top performers. Mama Dukes. She has the sun behind the camera. Beautiful light, lighting up the entire scene. Even if you adjust your saturation, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not going to compete the same way. Beyblade consistently finds themselves in the top 100, right? If you want to get 4K, especially as a new player, the sun is your best friend. It is extremely important. So I'm not going to lie to you here, Live Fatale. I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed that you didn't take my most crucial advice. I'm happy that you did a really good job getting the framing of the avatar better. I'm happy that you went out of your way to, I'm happy you've learned that you can actually add all kinds of color to your scene, even as a new player, by using landscaping. But I'm really bummed out you didn't use the sun, because I can tell you're on the sunset time of day, but it looks like you just started building your scene without thinking about where the sun was. Now, luckily for you, like I pointed out, you can change that. So if you go into decor mode and you group select, you can grab your whole build and move it. And if you want a good shot at 4K this week, and I mean a good shot, since you have a nice colorful scene now and you have villagers, all you got to do is move your build to where the sun is facing it. So you want your camera angle like this, and you want your sun back here. That's all you got to do. You can do it in the valley. You can do it on a floating island. It's so easy. It's so easy to do, and it's so important. I cannot stress that enough. I really want to drill that into you, because this is something you need to do every single week. Unless it's some kind of night scene or night theme, if you're not regularly getting 4K, or if you're new, I mean, I'll show you my 4K submissions, okay? Over the past 2 years, I've had one snap not get 4K. One. And you're going to notice, in almost every single daytime shot here, sun is behind the camera, sun is behind the camera, sun is behind the camera. Yep. Nighttime. Yep. That's daytime. Sun, night, sun behind the camera, sun behind the camera, sun behind, up, indoors. Sun is behind, nighttime. Sun is behind, 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 nighttime. Sun is behind, nighttime, sun is behind, sun is behind, sun is behind, nighttime. Sun is behind, inside. Sun is behind, 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 nighttime. Sun is behind, nighttime. Sun is behind, sun is behind, inside. Sun is behind, sun is behind, daytime. Sun is still behind though. Sun is behind, 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 sun is behind. Do you get where I'm going with this? It is extremely powerful when it comes to making your snap look good. Professional photographers use photography lights. We don't have those in this game. We have a sun. If you want to make your dream snaps to where they deserve 4K, to where they can earn 4K, you gotta think about lighting. So I hope that sinks in for you, because I truly want you to get 4K. That's what I want for you. And I love that I'm seeing you incorporate the other advice we discussed. You went from, a photo with like a lot of pink without a lot of color diversity to a shot that has some great color diversity. But you left out one of the absolute most important things. which is lighting your photo. Boosting your saturation and boosting your highlight will not accommodate for that. It's not the same. It's not ever the same. And if it was the same, all of these players that we have here that constantly find themselves in the top 100, why would they be putting the sun behind the camera if it didn't really matter, right? Wouldn't they just say, whatever, the sun can just be wherever, I'll just turn up my saturation and it's fine? No, they know it's not fine. They know it's not fine. They know if they want their photo to be as competitive as possible, they know that if they want their snap to perform at an extremely high level, that they need to make the most of lighting. And I want you to really grasp that because it's so easy to do. There's no excuse to not do it. So, use group select, move this build, have the sun pointed at the build so you can get some great lighting on your scene here, and I promise you it's going to look way better. Now, lastly, as a new player, you might not be aware of altering your avatar. You've done a great job getting closer to the avatar here, but notice how you didn't spend the time to do any of your eyeshadow, you didn't do your lip, there's no blush, no face paint. There's a lot of things you could do here. Now that you've learned how important it is to push the camera closer to the avatar, let's start paying more attention to how we present the avatar. Again, as an example, let's look at high-end players. Look at the makeup. Look at the hair. We have this beautiful gold tiara. We have this purple fading into green on the hair. We have a bold red lip. We have a dark purple face paint leading into a light purple eyeshadow. We have vibrant green eyes to match the green hair. And this is just one example. Let's go here. We have vibrant gold eyes to match the gold of the dress here. We have a light green eyeshadow with a neon green outer lining. Bold red lip, dark blue, and dark blue fading into light blue for the hair. Let's look at Mama Dukes. We have a bold pink lip to match the bold pink hair. We have a purple heart here under the eye. We have a dark purple fading into a light purple. And then we have this very colorful head accessory as well. So these high-end players, not only are they using the meta of putting the camera closer to the avatar, they're also taking the time to do their makeup. This is what it takes to get 4K, and this is where the advice I give comes from. If you want to get 4,000 moonstones, what you have to understand is that you need to beat 96% of people. Out of every 100 players, only 4 will get 4,000 moonstones. Only 4 out of 100. But you can be one of those 4 every week if you take the extra time to put detail into your work. And if you take the very small amount of time to make sure your build is facing the sun before you make it. That's all you gotta do. Yo, yo, yo! Bobs, thank you, my friend. Let's go! Bob's coming in with a very generous dono here.
Where does the sun go?
I
think we all missed it in the chat.
Sun behind the camera, sun behind the camera, it behind the camera, it goes behind the camera, sun goes behind the camera. I mean, it doesn't always have to. To be fair, if you're really good at Dreamsnaps, you can have the sun in front of the camera and you can capture a beautiful sunset. But the reason I don't recommend that to new players is because they're not as good with the camera tool. And when it comes to capturing a good sunset scene, which I have plenty of those in the 4K range as well, it's kind of imperative that you adjust your settings properly. So when you have the sun in front of the camera, you're going to need to enhance things like highlight saturation. You're going to need to fix vignette. Light bloom will be important, and that's a lot to go over. So for new players that are trying to get into 4K more consistently, I recommend this. Because even really talented players like Beyblade or Bob's or Mama Dukes or any of these players, they're already doing this every week. Every once in a while, they might do a shot of a sunset, but 90% of their snaps and 90% of my snaps, sun is behind the camera. Unless it's nighttime, indoors, or unless you're trying to capture a sunset scene, which again is a lot more technical. And when I review those, I go over how to really make the most of them. But I don't recommend them to new players because, again, they're a lot more technical. They can be very tricky to pull off well. But yeah, definitely behind the camera. Especially for, like I said, for newer players, I just want people to know how impactful this is. And if you doubt that it's impactful, you can go to, you can go to Dreamer's Portal. You can go to my Facebook, and every Wednesday I post, my Dreamsnap, and then I ask everyone to share their results, and we get hundreds and hundreds of 4K snaps shared there. We also run a Dreamsnap group on Facebook called the Dreamsnap Hub, and we get tons of 4K snaps shared there as well. You'll see that a vast majority of the snaps in 4K, I would say, 80 to 90% of the daytime scenes have the sun behind the camera just like this. All the talented players have realized this. All the players that know how photography works know that you got to use the sun that way. If you've ever been into photography, you know how important lighting is. You know how crucial it is. Eyes of Sorrow. So you need to see them. You see, okay, so here in Beyblades, there's the confetti cannon right there. It needs to be kind of visible in your photo in order for it to trigger. So we can see one confetti cannon right here. And we can see, and we can see one confetti cannon right here. So if you want the confetti cannons going off in your snap, you need to make sure it's visible in the photo or like right on the border of it. But yeah, really good job with the advice you received so far, Fatal. Really good job. You went from not really knowing the meta to now fully understanding it, and you were able to incorporate lots of good colors into your scene. But before you call it a day and wrap up this challenge this week, there are a lot of other things I would like to teach you, but I can't spend too much time. So we'll help you learn a bit more week by week. But I highly recommend using Group Select and getting this build pointed towards the sun. I promise you it will look so much better. And it's only going to take you a tiny bit of effort to do that. So, Donkey, hello. Welcome back, my friend. All right. I think we have... Was this yesterday's? No. This was yesterday's. That's right. So this was yesterday's. The main thing we talked about was the lighting here. I think it's an increased contrast, but we have very dark... There's a lot of spots that are very, very dark. So the main thing we wanted to do is brighten this up a little bit. And then we also talked about balance. How we have a little bit of space between this rainbow flower, whereas this one is connected to the edge of the shot here. Suggestions were to fix the framing asymmetry and the contrast. Coloring in general included the original as well, the one with Elsa. It was hellish trying to get the villagers I wanted because I can't summon anyone with items or the map due to a long-standing glitch. I also can't get on rides. Oh, what the heck? So I had to make do with who I could to get on the island by sheer luck. Well, really good job fixing... Oh, yeah, you got the balance perfect. You got the lighting perfect. Well, let's go. Yeah, great job. I also like that you brought back the Dreamlight Valley with the rainbow. I just thought this was a really cool way to use the motif and the frame, so good job there. And you even captured, like, a bunch of butterflies around it. That's so cool. But yeah, when the heavy contrast shots, I see a lot of these in 1500 and 2500, and they're very rare in 4K. I don't know why voters are in mass, like, just not drawn to the contrasty shots as much, but yeah, if you look through the 4K range, it's very rare to spot shots with high contrast. Saturation tends to just do much better. I think it's because contrast also brings out darkness a good bit, and it also fades out detail. Like, the thing with high contrast is that it boosts colors so much, certain details get lost. So, for example, if we look at this yellow, we can see these lines for each flower petal, but with how boosted the red is, you can't really see the lines anymore. And the same thing happens to trees. It happens to clothing. And I think that's why contrast often underperforms, because a lot of detail tends to get lost. But yeah, you did an absolutely fantastic job with the lighting here and the colors. I think this is super fun. You got the balance perfect here. We got about the same weight on each side. You have the mosaic dead center here. Really creative pose, by the way. I mean, it really looks like he's puckering up for a kiss, so that's super fun. Yeah, overall, very, very, very solid changes here, Donkey. Great job. Great job. Emily is next, if it wants to load here. There it goes. Took a second. All right, so we had Emily's from yesterday. Suggestions. Move the character closer to the camera. Move the smoke bombs further to the side. Add more tree colors. And add makeup. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see how we did here. Okay, definitely a step in the right direction. So we're featuring the avatar much better here. And now you've got some really fun colors. I do think it might be worth, like, diversifying the color on the avatar a little bit. There's a lot of scenes you're going to come across this week where they've just got some really fun color mixing going on with the avatar. I'm not saying you have to do this, but, you know, for example, with your very hot pink dress here, what if we did, like, purple hair, you know? And then you could do the pink eyeshadow would stand out a lot there too. I mean, it might be worth trying, you know, or experimenting with. If you want to go with the purple, you totally can. And now by moving these smoke bombs out a little bit more, we can see your background a lot better. Though I would be wary of the white trees, like the snowy trees up here at the top. If you want light blue, if you're looking for light blue to layer on top of the dark blue and the purple, the frozen willow trees, I think, would be better. Now, they might not be tall enough, but at that point, I wouldn't even use these white trees at all because they actually kind of leach color from your background. I think what would be good in the back would be either a mix of big red and big green trees back here, I think, would be even better. And I would honestly take your smoke bombs and move them even further out. I would kind of have them taking up about as much space as these cone trees. You see this cone tree here? I would have the smoke bomb kind of just wrapping up around the edge of that, around the sides, if you really want the smoke bombs on the sides like this. That's going to allow you to see even more of the colors. Because again, with the challenge being explosion of colors, you really want to capture as much color in your scene as possible. When you have isolated pockets where it's all one solid color, you're not getting as much color diversity there as some of your competition. And I do think if you pop up against some of that competition, it can be tough. Like when we look at this, there is no concentration of one solid color anywhere, with the exception of maybe on the avatar's dress, which is like mostly orange and gold, but even that changes in hues and shifts. Everywhere else is an explosion of colors. You know, like, think about an explosion, right? Things fly out in all angles. Now think about an explosion of color. So now you have colors flying out in all directions. That's why this feels like such an explosion of colors, and this feels like such an explosion of colors, and this feels like such an explosion of colors. So she's using the pink smoke bomb on the side, kind of like I'm recommending to you. If you had it a little bit further in, and if you wanted to, then you could do, you know, different colored smoke bombs behind that, just to break up the colors a bit. But also, if you did that, I would definitely have, like, villagers in front of it that add more color. But yeah, looking at a lot of these snaps, you know, there's just such an explosion of colors, and they're using all these vibrant colors. Notice how, you know, these are some of our top players, right? These are people that are extremely consistent with 4K. And also, Beyblade here, I know for you yesterday, you were talking about wanting to, you know, land in the top 100 or top 1,000 more often. Well, if we look at Beyblade here, Beyblade very consistently lands in the top 100, and I think this week they probably will as well. What makes this snap so strong is that they're intentionally not really using any white. They're only focused on vibrant colors and primary colors. So the same colors we see here on this rainbow flower are the exact same colors we see throughout this entire snap, with some small exceptions. Like, of course, there's like the base of this topiary, which is kind of a whitish gray, but it's very buried by the tulips and other colors. There's the white of Mickey's gloves. There's the white of his shoes, but it's very minor. You know, those are the small exceptions. Every main and large item being used pretty much ties into this color palette. So, you know, we look at the trees in the back. We have blue, we have a vibrant deep green, we have yellow, we have orange, we have red, and then we have all of these balloons over here on the top left from the Adventurers Out There balloon basket. You know, and then throughout the build, you see different flowers, you see the tulips, you see just this explosion of colors. And there's nowhere in the photo, really, where an entire section of the photo is just isolated into one particular color. The colors explode throughout the entire image. And, you know, on top of that, even for the trees, like things like confetti really help break that up. You know, there's like the confetti raining in and the fireworks, just adding even more. And that's what worries me with the big pink patches here. This very well could get 4K, and I do think getting close to the avatar has definitely improved it, and I definitely think you've improved the makeup and the hair, but be wary of whites. Be wary of intentionally using like white trees. There's more colorful, vibrant trees. Like you can add more greens. You could do greens and then reds if you wanted for your backdrop. That would add some really fun colors. And I would space out your smoke bombs even more, just so we can see even more of this backdrop. And I do think these things can help to make your photo more competitive. And since you're using the same flowers, you know, these rainbow flowers, these are the colors I think you should be focusing on, because that's what's in your foreground. Like you have your purple, you have your pink, you have your red, you have your yellow, your green, your teal, and your dark blue. Nowhere in this flower do we have like white. You know, we don't really need this white. All it's doing is taking color out. So playing up the green and the red, maybe, since we already have yellow, we already have purple, we already have blue. If we had green and red trees back here, that's going to help with that explosion of color. It's going to tie into the color of your rainbows. It's going to tie into the color of your flowers here. I think it could work out really well for you. All right, Cozy Pixie Girly here. No, Pixel Girly. I made some changes after my review. I really played up the lighting and added more colorful overall vibes and a ton of villagers. Changed my hair and played with my makeup more. I have two versions here, and I thought you could let me know which one you prefer. I prefer the first picture for the symmetry. Just wondering if the amount of villagers takes away from the explosion factor. Okay, so we have this one. So I think this was yesterday's. And yeah, I think you've done a good job here. But it's pretty different from what we were recommending, you know? I wasn't really trying to push you in a direction to where, you know, whoops. To where we completely changed your background. I was saying take these trees and put them in the back, and then just have that as your backdrop, and also tone down the amount of the white ground we have here. I'm not sure why we added more colorless items. Like now you've added these like greenhouse walls. These don't really have any color. If anything, all these windows are doing is just completely destroying the color behind them. You know, because now, let's zoom in on it, you know, and I'll point out what I mean. You see this, like, purple here and this brown here? Do you see them here at all? Nope. Instead, we just see gray and white. So I don't really think you need these walls here. They're kind of hurting our visibility of the colors. And you also don't really need, like, this tree here. You know, we were talking about our trees as the background. Again, let's look at an example. Let's go back to Beyblade or any of the other snaps, right? All the trees are back here. They're all in the back. You know, that's what we are recommending for you. Instead of having your trees on the sides so they create shadows, put them in the back. So you get all their beautiful color and you don't get shadows in your build. And then for your immediate environment, you can use flowers, you can use topiaries, you can use potted plants, you can use rugs, you can use glowing stones, you can use orbs. There's all these fun items, but I'm not sure why we've chosen to put up, you know, we took away the trees because they were blocking up the build and they weren't adding color because they were shadowed, and we've replaced them with two new items that don't have color. Why? You know, you got to think about why we're recommending the changes in the first place. Like, why are we trying to get you away from having these trees here? Well, if you go back to the review, the reason we didn't want the trees here is because when you bring the trees out of the background and put them towards the middle, they don't catch the light the same because your sun is behind the camera and to the right. So the sun is coming in at a left angle into the scene. That's why the trees here on the left look very vibrant, but the trees on the right don't look very colorful at all. And if we put all of our trees in the backdrop, like we see here, we don't have that problem. Every tree is colorful. And we see that in a lot of these high-end snaps. You know, we see the same thing here. Every tree is colorful. There's no trees on the outsides. So the issue was that this was not going to be as colorful. And that's why we wanted to remove them and put them in the back. But instead, now it's even less colorful on the left and right because you've put an item on the right that has no color and an item on the left that has no color. Again, the whole point of this challenge, the whole idea, the whole concept, you've nailed it with the avatar. Like the wings, the dress, the hair. The only problem is that you're super tiny in the scene. Like yesterday, you were doing very good being close to the avatar. We praised this. So you're taking what you were doing well and getting rid of it. And then we're compounding the issues that we're trying to fix. If anything, your original is still the better photo, unfortunately. Now, you could make this the better photo. This could definitely be the better photo, but you're really going to need to make some changes. Number one, why the character lighting? You have the sun. It's lighting up your whole photo. You've turned up the character lighting so much that it's making all the characters pale. They're brighter than anything else in the scene, and they're being whitewashed by that brightness. So, I want to show you something. Look at all the villagers I'm using here. This was right around the top 100 for Journey into Imagination. Look at all these villagers. You know what my character lighting is set to? I didn't touch it. I didn't need to. Why do I need character lighting? We're using the sun. We have perfect lighting. We have light cascading into the scene. You only really need to worry about character lighting if you have characters in shadow, or if you have characters, you know, or if it's nighttime, character lighting is essential for nighttime, or if it's a sunset shot and the sun is in the background. Because if you're taking, this is why I said sunset shots are more technical if you have the sun featured in the snap. So if the sun was back here, of course, it's only going to light up the back of the villagers. In which case, we would absolutely need to turn up the character lighting. But you didn't need character lighting yesterday, right? Like, yesterday your characters looked really good. And then, you know, here we have this really, really bright character lighting. And maybe there's like a little shadow on you, but what you got to remember is when you turn up the character lighting, it turns it up for everybody. So maybe there's a little shadow on Sadness you were trying to fix. But unfortunately, you can't turn up lighting on just one villager. It's going to turn it up on everybody. And it's not worth it to do that. So, out of the current shots, this one is much better. But here's my recommendations to make this very, very competitive. You have a great villager lineup. You've done a really good job with your outfit. But let's make sure we play up what we were doing right yesterday. Yesterday, you were playing up the meta. You were featuring the avatar really well here. You were doing the same thing we see our top-end players doing, like Beyblade, or Plum, or Dree, or Mama Dukes. You had your avatar very well featured. And because your avatar is so well featured, you know, we talked about how advantageous it would be to give your avatar a bit more color, to do her eyeshadow, to fix the brows. You know, we talked about how good that could be here. So you made all these amazing changes to the avatar, but then you cranked up your character lighting, which whitewashed her. It nullified a lot of the color. And then you also put her way further away than she was yesterday. Let's continue doing what we're doing right. Let's continue doing what's strong. Like, this looks really good. We wanted to improve this. We didn't want to get away from it. We wanted to improve it. So let's go back to this kind of pose. It doesn't have to be this exact pose, But let's go back to being close to the camera. And if you want to use this many villagers, I say go for it. But I would focus primarily on very colorful villagers, and I would make sure we can see the scene well. You can always tuck some of your villagers back if you want to. Something I like to do is feature small and medium villagers towards the front and taller villagers towards the back, because it makes the scene very easy to see if you are using a lot of villagers. Lastly, let's get rid of these new items. You know, keep in mind, the whole reason we wanted to fix the trees yesterday is because they're not catching color. I mean, they have some color, but compared to your competition, it's not much, right? Because your competition has sunlight hitting their entire scene. Where, since you brought your trees all the way up and the sun is behind the camera to the right, we're not getting any sunlight on these trees at all. We're getting it here. So the reason we wanted to adjust your trees yesterday was so that we can increase the color. So the fact that today we've added these two walls in that decrease the color, you know, I want you to know that that's not the direction I was hoping you would go in. Again, at the end of the day, it's your snap. If you really like this, you can roll with it. But I do think you're on the verge of having a very competitive snap. So here's my final advice for you, because we got to wrap it up. Stick with what was working really well, which is this pose here, being close to the camera. Show off this new look. Show off your beautiful wings. Show off your eye makeup. And you have the sun behind the camera, so you don't need the character lighting. You're going to have great lighting, just like you did yesterday. Yesterday, your character is incredibly well lit. You know, Tigger's very well lit. Joy's very well lit. Rapunzel, everybody looks good. No need for character lighting. Now, Tiana's kind of in the shade, but that's also why we were talking about getting rid of these trees. We don't need them in the front. So try playing up the meta, get the camera close to the avatar. If you cover some portions of the casita and stuff, so be it. It's going to be worth it. You can also, if too much of the casita is covered, you can move it up closer so you can see more of it. Do not turn towards whites or grays or things that have that feel. Like these greenhouse walls, I think, are really hurting this photo. And again, you can have some vibrant colors in the backdrop. You know, focus on so where your casita is, put a bunch of colorful trees going out from the casita, just in a row on the side. Kind of like how all these beautiful trees here are in a row. You can do something very similar. Kind of like how all of these big, beautiful balloons are in a row. Like we have adventurers out there, balloon baskets, all in a straight line across the back here. And then, then we have hedges and bushes. So have a nice wall of color in the back. And then for your mid-ground, focus on items we can easily see over and around and make sure that they're colorful. Again, for examples, we have things like these colorful tulips, and if you don't have the tulips, there's all kinds of beautiful flowers in the game. I mean, you do have these rainbow flowers, like Mama Duke says here. We have the rainbow flowers here. We have items like these glowing orbs, glass flowers, the figment topiary, these little topiary. There's so many different topiaries. There's the sunflowers. There's balloons. There's so much you can fill out the medium area with, and you just keep the items in the mid-ground shorter than the trees. That way you get these layers. Think of your Dreamsnap like steps. The foreground is the first step, so it's pretty low to the ground. The mid-ground is where you're going to have like medium-sized items. You can still see the trees behind them, but they can be a bit taller than the foreground. And then the background is the final step. That's where all your biggest items go. Your trees, your houses. And if you look at my snaps, you'll see they're almost all constructed this way. We have our small items here. Then for our mid-ground, we have our trees. We have these pillars. And in the background, we have the house here. If we look at beachy bliss. In the foreground, we have some tropical plants, we have some coral, we have some pixie dust. And in the midground, we have these blue glowing trees, a bench, some villagers, this little like mermaid harp, some more coral. And in the background, our tallest items, houses and trees, just kind of in a row in the back. So we don't need any trees coming off of that background into the scene. There's no need. Same thing here with Vibrant Jungle Fiesta. In the foreground, we have some lush greenery and some nice purple. In the midground, we have the piñata, we have the paper picals, we have the ceremony day basket, we have this little companion house, we have a hammock, we have some waterfalls, and then we can see over these items to our background, which is, again, a nice little row of trees. So we have all these beautiful colored trees in the back. I know I spent a lot of time on your snap. So I hope you appreciate the extra time here, because, you know, we don't have a lot of time today, but I really wanted to make sure it's going in the right direction here. Because you had great lighting here, you had a great framing on the avatar, you're doing a lot of things very well. I don't want you to abandon what you're doing right. I want to help you, take the next step. So yeah, you can continue using villagers. I don't think it'll take away from the scene, but think about how they're layered. So, final thoughts here. Focus on anything that's tall, like your trees. That's going to be your backdrop. Try not to have items in your midground, like these big, especially in a challenge that's all about color. Try not to put big, pale items in your midground. And I wouldn't even do that in most snaps. Things that are, and like this giant flower, put that with the trees. Just stick that towards the back. For your midground, like the area between the foreground and the background, fill that out with fun, colorful items, whatever you'd like. Flowers, topiaries, glowing orbs, anything colorful, all kinds of fun things you can use here. But try to keep those items medium size. Try not to put giant items like, like these walls or this flower there. And then for your villagers, small villagers towards the front and taller villagers towards the back. And you can have them a bit further back. That way you don't have to worry about them obstructing the scene or blocking anything. And you can have the scene feel very active and alive. And, play up the strengths of how well you've designed the avatar. Show that to the world, You've made some awesome changes to the avatar, but we can hardly see them today. So let's go back to featuring the avatar very well. And let's try to, really, really make the scene feel like an explosion of colors by moving away from things that are going to cast big shadows or that are going to bring a lot of white or gray into the shot. Taters. Hey, so you mentioned, thanks so much for the advice. You mentioned going back to the lava jacket with the colorful top under, more vibrant hair color, adding colorful trees in the background for the skyline. Also did this one with the eyes open. Not sure which is better. Thanks for taking the time to help me out. Okay. So yesterday's versus today's. Let's go. I love this. Oh, this is so much better. Oh my gosh, dude. I think this is so much safer. So at the end of the day, Taters, your style here is out of the box, which makes it a little risky. We talked about that yesterday. No need to get back into that. The DJ stand here is really clever, and having you host the party is really clever and really fun. Sometimes concept does really well, but in challenges that are very beauty-centric, like this one with all the colors, sometimes they just get beat out by more colorful snaps. So the main thing we wanted was for this concept to work even better. So what we needed was to try to make this even more colorful. Because we have good colors, but we don't have a lot of color diversity. So the DJ stand down here at the bottom, I love the motifs because they add some good color. But aside from that, it's not very colorful, right? We see a lot of gray. We see this dark blue. We see this like light blue. But compared to a lot of snaps out there, it's not going to be super colorful compared to what we're seeing in a lot of other snaps. So the fact that now you've added the colorful trees in the back. That's what we wanted, because now you've made this explode with even more color, which I think is going to help it be far more competitive. Because yesterday, you had the floating orbs, but that's just like tiny pockets of color. So now that you have all this color in the skyline as well, and you have so many good animated villagers, I feel like this is now much safer for 4K. Really good job here with the Advice Taters. I love the final snap. I also love the final outfit you ended up going with here. I did really like the leather jacket because like the orange, like the sun colors in it, and the red pants I thought was really vibrant. It does have some black, which I've been recommending against in some cases, but I actually really like the jacket in this case. But yeah, really good job adding the colorful trees to the back, and I think people are really going to enjoy, all the dancing and fun that's going on. Like Aurora and Rapunzel really look like they're dancing. Tiana really looks like she's dancing. Miro actually is dancing. It's just so much fun. This is so much fun. And you took the time to pause each villager in motion. Voters are going to recognize that. And again, my main fear with yesterday's was, you did the same thing, but if you don't draw their attention with an explosion of color, they might not take the time to appreciate that. So now that you're drawing that attention in, I think it's going to be a lot easier to get them to appreciate what you've done here. Wonderful job. Wonderful job. Very exciting. Belby said I struggled trying to fit everyone like they were previously, but we made it work. You talked about having some confetti up closer and in the corners. I took out a couple of craft lights that I had up front. Well, let me open the original here. I took out a couple of the craft lights that we had up front that took away some of my color and added a little more color to my eyes versus the original. Thank you so much for the feedback. Of course. So, new one here. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Ooh. I love the new eyes. The deep green looks really good. I can also see the orange highlights in your hair better than yesterday. I think your saturation might be a little higher. Or no, maybe it was your character lighting that was throwing it off yesterday, because it looks like you turned the character lighting up a bit yesterday, which actually makes the colors a little bit less impactful, whereas today, I don't think the character lighting is the same, because you don't really need character lighting anyway if you got sunset lighting, unless you're in the shade. So, yeah, I think this looks a lot better. And I would say the second one, only because I'm noticing all the colorful dots from the confetti cannons are like way more prominent here. They're both good options. You can really truly go with either one. I like the little light flare behind you from the fireworks, but it just feels like there's way more polka dots. Like, especially on Rapunzel. Like, if you look at Rapunzel's dress. So this is option 1, and this is option 2. We just get all these polka dots on Rapunzel, which makes even she gets a nice explosion of colors. But yeah, really good changes here. I think fixing the character lighting definitely helped, which I didn't even bring up yesterday because I don't think it wasn't so high that I noticed. But now that it's a bit more tame, I can see all the saturation colors a lot better. And yeah, I definitely think the second one, not to mention in the second one, I see way more of these swirlies, like these little swivels from the confetti cannon also. So yeah, the confetti feels much more alive here. But yeah, this looks really good, Belle. Beautiful work. Beautiful work. Mom Bear Games. Alright. So this was yesterday's. You said to take away the building, fix the trees, change the avatar. Yeah, we talked about getting away from the light blue lip. You don't want the cadaver style. We talked about diversifying your trees, like your whole back tree line here is orange. And then we also talked about the fact that we don't want gray or white for the ground. Okay, well, you went white. Well, at least you put a big rug here. Okay, first off, Avatar looks a lot better, Mama Bear Games. Really good job there. So the Avatar's looking much better. But I think you're on the right path here. You're heading in the right direction. But we can refine this even more, and then you'll be done with it. And this should be pretty easy. So here's my recommendation. Number 1, we want to diversify our tree colors. So yesterday they were like all orange. Now today you have red and orange. What about green? We don't have any trees over here yet. So big open zone here for more color. We can do nice deep greens. And then we can do nice deep greens over here. You have a little bit of green like hidden down here. Why so little green? Why aren't we trying to balance how much of these colors we see? Like, it's so much red at the top, so much red. And just a big, tiny, tiny little baby green. So you got this big old red, and this big old red, and then we got a bit of green. So what if we did a nice big shade of green on the left and a nice big shade of green on the right, and maybe even a nice shade of green right behind the house? Now, when it comes to what kind of tree I would recommend for that Mario games, you want to be very particular because not all greens are equal. That's the thing. Some greens are poo-poo. Some greens are poo-poo color, and some greens are yellowish brown. So here's the greens I see doing very well in Dreamsnaps. Number one, the sycamore. We got this for the Earth Day thing. The sycamore is a very vibrant, very deep shade of green. So this is a great option. Number two would be these brand new trees and also that's the sycamore again. So these brand new trees here are at the top of the landscape menu in trees. These would be the cypress trees. So there is a large cypress tree. That's what this is. And there is a cypress sapling. Don't worry about that. I would go with the large cypress or the sycamore. And then, of course, there's also these maples, not to be confused with these maples. This is the yellowish green. It's not as vibrant. It's not as pretty. So make sure you don't use this one. Go with the vibrant one. Go with this nice vibrant green. So yeah, when you add your green, just remember you want vibrant greens. I'm telling you this because I know I'm not going to see your snap again. This is your final review, and I would hate for you to add the wrong green like this one. Since you have so much red and so much orange, like I have that green in mind, but that's because I have a lot of shades of green. But you'll see the main shade I'm focusing up is this very vibrant shade. And I also have a red maple, like, poking through the casita here. So you can actually get a tree right behind your casita. So in mine, I have a red maple back here, but for you, since you already have so much red, you can just do, like a nice big deep green back here. Behind the casita, and then you can do like very vibrant greens from the sycamores on the side. If you need more sycamores, you can buy more from Scrooge if you only have one, or you can just use these new cypress trees. So a lot of options for you there, a lot of options. Going back to your scene, we wanted to get rid of the gray. We wanted to get rid of the gray because it's not very colorful, but you replace that with a white path. If you're like in the meadow or if you're somewhere with bright green grass, you could just have grass. And then you could put like flower petals or flowers around, like you don't have to do path here. So, I mean, I would just not have the white path at all. If you're in the right biome, keep in mind, this is going to work best in like the meadow or the plaza because the grass is a bright green. If you're in the forest, do not do this. But if you're in one of those places, you can just delete this path, and instead you could just put a bunch of flower pockets. You can have so many pretty flowers all around you guys to make it more of an explosion of colors. And then again, we want to fill this tree line with more colors. We wanted to diversify the tree line, but you've done like 80% red and like 20% everything else. So let's add some big green splashing in on the side to kind of break up some of this, and let's add some green to the center. And then lastly, if you're out of space here, because it looks like you built right on the edge of the floating island again, one day, Mama Bear Games, one day I'm going to convince you not to do that. It's not today, I don't think, and it wasn't the last 5 times, but one of these days I'll convince you that building close to the edge is not helpful. Because if this build, let's say this was the edge, I wouldn't be able to have any of this here. Like, none of this could be here because that's the edge. That's why you don't want to build close to the edge. You want to try to build your snap. This is where I pose, at the front of the island, in the middle of the island. That gives me full control of the background. I can go as far back as I want to. and it allows me to expand the snap as far out to the sides as I want to. So I would be very, very considerate of that if you can. Now, lucky for you, Molly Bear Games, lucky for you, there's a great new feature in the game which would allow you to move this whole build. All you gotta do is go into decor mode. If you look at the right side of your screen, right here, where I'm pointing, it says group mode. You press the button for group mode, and you can click and drag, and you can literally just move your whole build. You just move the entire thing piece by piece. Now, you can't select the entire thing at once. Like, it'll only go this far. So, what you'll have to do is go into group mode, and then, like, move over this part, and then move over the next part. And keep in mind, it will not select, like, villager houses, so you'll have to move those manually. And it also will not move path, but you don't need the path anyway. Going back to your scene here. So, yeah, if you can't put a tree here because it's the edge of the island, which I think is probably why you don't have a tree here, let's move the whole build to the left. Let's move the whole build over. Now, maybe you're not even on a floating island. I don't know. But keep in mind, with group select, you can also save portions of your build as a preset. So, let's say you wanted to take this to a new biome. Another thing you can do is save portions of your build as a preset. For example, for my previous build, the one we did for the Cherished Childhood Memories, this is the middle of the build. I have it saved as a preset. The whole middle section. This is the whole left section. And this is the whole right section. I got the whole thing saved. Zombie, let's go. We got another little party going on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, you can break your build down into different presets and save it, and then just take it to a different floating island. Like, I can take this entire tree set and save rainbow tree line. Just like that. Now we have a rainbow tree line saved to our inventory. Very useful, very useful. So keep that in mind. So if you don't have the room to fix your build, you can always move it that way if you need. Yo, Miss Spock, thank you for the 30. Oh, nice. We got 3069 on the board. We're over halfway on today's goal. Thank you so much, you guys. Ashley here says first is the OG. Okay. Pointers were to get rid of the river kit. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're going to add some more fun colors in there. And add something else colorful like bushes, flowers, etc. Get the confetti in and switch up the villagers to closer match the colors behind them. Okay, let's take a look. Right on. Let's go. Looking very good, Ash. Looking very good. Okay, so we have two options here. I actually kind of like it without the Mickey Cloud a bit more because it's just less white. But if you want to run the Mickey Cloud, you totally can. I think you did a good job with the fit. And yeah, now that the river kit is out, you know, the river kit wasn't horrible or anything, but we just can't have as much color with that big river kit there. And now that we've moved away from it, you know, now you have more room for villagers. You were able to move your villagers back into their colors a bit more evenly. And you were able to add more colorful items like bushes and flowers. So yeah, really good job here. Absolutely beautiful. Love the addition of the confetti as well. Great job, great job. My only other recommendation would be, it's a very colorful scene with like all the colors of the rainbow. Your outfit seems very right-hand side. You know, if we look at the right-hand side, it's kind of like this blue and this pink and purple. That's like what we see over here. So I'm wondering, you know, with there being like green and yellow behind you, right? You have green to your right, you have yellow to your left. I'm wondering if an outfit that embodies green and yellow would really help with the balance of the photo overall. Just thinking out loud here, but you know, we won't be able to do another review, but if you have some free time tonight and you're tinkering around with it, you know, if you end up trying a green and yellow outfit, send it to me and, you know, we can, you know, I'll take a look at it. That's also an offer just for you. You know, for you know, please don't send me 100 dream snaps, you guys. I was offering that to Ashley because, you know, she would probably have more time to work on her snap if she wasn't constantly working as a moderator. So, you know, she's volunteering a lot of her time. Tag Bunny says, hi, thank you so much for your advice. I made some changes you suggested, and I love it so much more. Would love to hear your thoughts. Well, so Tag Bunny, my moderator commented to you last night in hopes that you would upload your original snap, and you did not do so, so I can't do a re-review, unfortunately. So when you get the chance, Tag Bunny, when you get the time, please check out the rules section of the Dreamsnap support. I think you mentioned yesterday that you were new to the reviews, so you're probably not aware of the rules just yet. But, you know, it is highly recommended that you read these rules before participating. And there's a whole section for secondary reviews. In order for me, if you've been watching today, you probably noticed everybody sends their old snaps and their new snap. And my moderator did ask you around 9 p.m. yesterday to send your old snap, and it looks like you never got around to it. Oh, thanks. So, yeah, I can't really do a secondary review because I can't cross-compare. I think I kind of remember your snap, but the problem is, since I review like hundreds of snaps every week, I can't really remember exactly what everybody did. I will tell you here, you're playing up the meta well, you're framing the avatar well, you have great color, you have the sun behind the camera, you have good color in the tree line, you have good villager presence, you have good rainbows, you have good fireworks. So I can't remember what your original snap looked like, but this is strong. This is strong. And yeah, when you get a chance, Tag Bunny, just review those rules for me, just so you're always able to get the full value out of these snap reviews. The one thing I would reconsider here would be the outfit. If you look at, you know, a lot of the high-end players and a lot of the top performers, you'll notice they're in very saturated, very colorful outfits. Like outfits that have a nice wide variety of colors. I have seen a handful of people using that pink flower dress, but I don't think it's going to perform quite as well as like the orange flower dress because it's much more bold and much more saturated. And again, the main colors that you see a lot of people playing up, just like you're playing up here, would be the rainbow colors, if we look at our flowers here. So it's like a very hot pink, and then a purple, a blue, a teal, a green, a yellow, and a red. This pink, you only get the hot pink kind of on these outer edges, and the rest of it, you know, is white. We have white at the base, it's white here, and then it's a very light pink around that. It's just not a very vibrant outfit. You've done a great job pushing the camera closer, but now I also want you to consider your makeup. You've done your lip, but your eyeshadow is almost skin color. So, you know, what can we do to make the eyeshadow more prominent? You know, let's look at your competitors here. Look at the makeup here. You know, look at how they're doing the eye mask here, how they have the eyeshadow, how they've colored the hair, unique colors as well. And then, again, very vibrant outfit. So it's great that you're getting the camera closer to the avatar. But keep in mind, when doing that, you're going to be showcasing your avatar. It's a great opportunity to really show the voters what you're capable of. Show them some really good detail. So if you took the time to really incorporate some fun colors into your eyeshadow, some unique colors into your hair instead of just going as brunette this week, and then build an outfit that embodies more of these colors, and then also maybe have wings that embody more colors as well, because, you know, like I've mentioned many times this week, I highly recommend avoiding like whites and grays. And, you know, these wings are like a very pale color. These wings are just not going to match up against these kind of wings. You know, you don't have to use these in particular. There's plenty of colorful wing options out there, but I would definitely recommend you to go in a colorful direction for your outfit, meaning, you know, some good color diversity in the fit. And, you know, we talked about a lot of options there, but yeah, the scene itself, very good. You've done a really good job with the colors here. I think I remember your snap. I think it wasn't playing up the meta and your background was really far away. And we talked about bringing the background in. And I see for when you posted this, you said, "Thank you so much for the advice. I made the changes and I love it so much more." That is great to hear. That is great to hear. Because all the things we discussed yesterday, you're going to be able to take that and apply it to all your future snaps. So you're going to be able to continue to get closer to the avatar. You're going to be able to make better snaps more efficiently because now you're not trying to decorate an entire floating island. My last word of advice before I move on here is I want you to keep this in mind for next week. Always try to seal off your snap to where we can't see through it and avoid the edge of the biome. So you don't need a lot of space to make a build like this. but you never know when you might want an extra tree behind this build, or you might want an extra house peeking up in the background. So whenever you're working on your Dreamsnap, always try to build it where you have more than enough space on the left, more than enough space on the right, and then more than enough space behind the snap so you can do anything you might possibly need to. So avoid making your snap like in a corner or up against the back of the biome. Build with your camera, with the sun behind your camera, like we have the sun over here, and build at the front of that side. So this is the side where the sun sets, and we're building, right at the front, and then working our way back from there. But yeah, looking really good there, Tag Bunny. And, like I said, when you get a chance, Tag, just review those rules for me, and that's going to help us cover even more with your Dream Snaps in the future. Chica is next. So, option number 1 from yesterday, your review suggested to make the right side of the snap brighter, like the left side. Well, not necessarily brighter, but more vibrant, more colorful. It's not the lighting. So I want to be very clear there. When it comes to brighter, a lot of people take that as like light. What I mean is more vibrant, bold colors. So the right side here is a lot of dark green. That doesn't mean it's not bright. It's just, not very vibrant. Now let's see the new one. Oh, very nice. You have the very vibrant waterfall here now. I will say you can probably move this waterfall back a little further. That way you can still have the rainbow, and you can still have a rainbow by it. So this, I think this is going to look really good, but if you want it to kind of look like this, of course the new rainbow is bigger and the new waterfall is bigger. So instead of putting it like right in the same place, put it a good bit further back. Not super far, but far enough back to where, the waterfall kind of stretches across, just like this does. And then you can have the rainbow kind of behind it, arching deep in the background. Now, I would recommend kind of avoiding some of the more pale colors here. Like you have the very pale purple. I love all the confetti. But in yesterday's, you had some good vibrant greens in the corner here. I would still fill out a lot of your sky if you can. I like that you're mixing a lot more color in here. But yeah, I would move your waterfall a good bit further back. Because we wanted to take up about the same amount of space this did. It's just that this waterfall, the water isn't quite that blue. This one's going to have, some very vivid blue coloration and green coloration, and the stone is like a reddish brown, whereas the stone on this one is like a pale, like almost like a gray. Now, if that is the edge of your biome I'm seeing, then you're not going to be able to move the waterfall back. Maybe that's why you have it so close in the new shot. But again, if you are by the edge of the biome, just use group select to like move your build. So you can group select and you can move your build away. That's going to allow you to put that waterfall a little bit further back. And I would have a lot of vibrant trees in the background. So yesterday you had green trees, like jungle trees all throughout. And today we have a purple one, but I don't really see any other trees. We don't really need to see as much blue sky. And if you do move your build away from the edge, I can't tell if you're near the edge or not, honestly. You might have enough space. But the colors I would recommend, notice how in your wings you have like a deep green, a blue, a purple, a red, and then purple again, then pink, then red, then yellow, and some orange. You have all these like rainbow-esque colors, and then you have a lot of vibrant colors, on the picals. We have rainbow colors on the pinata. Play up those colors, and consider that with your trees in your background. So I don't think you should completely get rid of your trees, except for the purple one, but I think what would look really fun in your photo is you don't have to build them in the same rainbow pattern as this, but you can just mix these colors together. In one part of your sky, you can have a yellow tree. In another part, you can have an orange tree. In another part, you can have a red tree. In another part, you can have a nice green tree. And if you still wanted the purple, you can have that too. There's also light blue. There's pink. So what I would recommend from here is getting some vibrant trees to help take up the skyline here. And don't forget where you have some of these plants. Like, you also have a lot of green here because we see the grass. Don't forget the Eternity Isle landscaping options. There's like a red, weird bush thing. There's the blue bush thing. There's all kinds of fun. If you do move this waterfall back, there's all kinds of fun, colorful plants you can use there as well. If you don't have time for all of that, the snap is good, but I'd say it's about even with this one, but this one does feel more saturated, and I think the reason why is because we have the Alexa, stop. Or Ziggy, stop. It does feel like the sunset time of day here, and this feels more like midday, but it might be sunset as well. I think it's just the fact that we don't have anything in the skyline that makes the whole photo seem a bit like everything feels brighter, but not as saturated, if that makes sense. Like, the colors feel more pronounced here, which, as it stands right now, I think makes this the safer snap. But this would be the strongest of both, I think, if we got some really fun colors in the tree line. If we moved this waterfall back a bit, you don't have to go back too far. We're just talking about kind of angling it to where it takes up the middle of this zone, just like the old one did, but it would have to be several spaces further back compared to this one. But if you don't have time for any of those changes, I would just roll with your original concept, because I think this one is going to be a bit safer because the saturation, the colors are more bold. What we wanted to do was diversify the colors a bit. So if you add the trees and you move the waterfall back a bit, and readjust the rainbow, maybe have the rainbow arching behind it, or use the pot of gold rainbow to the side of it, then I think this could be your better option. But I would definitely try to play up more of these rainbow colors like we have on your wings and like we have on the piñata. Johnny boy. Johnny had a very solid snap here yesterday. Hi, somebody. Thank you for your advice. Also, sorry for the picture issued. Oh, good. It's bigger this time. Yeah, yours came in super tiny yesterday, dude. I honestly don't know what happened. I know you suggested some color the green side with the rugs, but I did a step forward to cover the green spots. Oh, okay, good, good. That I hope you like. I also grinded and finally finished Eternity Isle, so I was able to get Oswald's car instead of using the huge rock. Oh, let's go. Dude, you should get the Vizier's Alchemy table, too. You should definitely get the Vizier's Alchemy table. Oh, no way. We got a brand new supporter. Let's go, dude. Lisa Marie, welcome to the supporter fam, my friend. Welcome, welcome. I see you just followed as well. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, if you ever want to participate in the Snap Reviews, just let us know. You can type !Discord, join the Discord server, and you can just read the how to get reviews. Since you're a supporter now, you're already halfway there. All you got to do is link your Twitch and your Discord, and you'll get access to the channels. We won't be taking any more submissions this week, but we can take submissions for next week. Okay, so here's the new one. Yeah, very nice, dude. Very nice. Johnny, you absolutely knocked it out of the park here. Yeah, really good job getting the angle adjusted here. Yeah, you don't even need the rugs because you've definitely covered things a lot better. So much color. You know, really feels like an explosion of color. Great job with your villagers. And yeah, awesome to see that you have Oswald's car now, Johnny. That's awesome. Great job, brother. Great job. Chewy is next. Hi, Zem. I'm still struggling choosing between my two builds. On the Casita build, you suggested moving Casita tree line closer, adding a rug to fill in the middle, changing my outfit, filling in the skyline. P.S. Assume I don't have any star path or premium minus because my new player. On the smoke bomb build, you suggested changing my hair and balancing the character more. Which of these two options do you think would have the best chance? Okay, so we have option number 1, and then this one. Okay. And then we have this one versus this one. Ooh, you really did good on this one. Well, the confetti was not Star Path, but it is premium. You might not have that one. You did a great job on both these changes. You know, with yesterday, the smoke bombs actually kind of hurt some of the color here. I think they would be, you know, I think the smoke bombs do look really good when you can turn up your saturation, kind of get them to surround you a bit. But I think the new shot definitely looks better than the original. And the same thing for this one. But I would have to say between the two options, I kind of like this one more. But this one is filled out very well. And yeah, the confetti cannon is premium shop, and you do have some Star Path items. Like you have the Spirit Water Curtains right here. That's Star Path, by the way. You have the Star Path fireworks. I know they're in the shop this week, but I can't really assume you don't have any Star Path items because you obviously do. You're using some. So I will still recommend them and say if you have them, use them. But I don't think it's a good idea for me to just to blanket assume that you don't have any. I will always recommend them. And if you don't have them, that's great. But if you do, you can use them. So I'm always going to recommend what's good for the challenge. And if you have it, awesome. But if you don't worry about it, of course. You can always skirt by with other options. Because, yeah, you do have some good premium options here. And then, Star Path items come to the premium shop all the time, as seen by, the 2 Star Path items we have here. Now, for your options here, Chewy, you can really go with either one. I like this one more personally. Like, I really like this. But this might do better. Though there's one big issue with this one, I would say it's the eyes. It doesn't look like you've done the eyebrows or the eyeshadow. So maybe purple brow to match the purple highlights. And I love the bright green in the eyes. Maybe green for the eyeshadow. You could do green and purple because there's some eyeshadows that allow for multiples. But I would do a little bit more stylization. Seeing the no color on the eyeshadow or the brows here just feels, makes the avatar face feel a little strange here. Why does it always look like Merlin's doing like the Take the L dance? Like the little Fortnite dance? I swear he's doing Take the L. And yeah, what I like about this one, and I think what voters will like about this one, is that you filled out the photo very well. Like, the whole shot feels very full. Whereas, personally, I like this one more. This is more my style. But it might not do as well because it doesn't feature the villagers quite as close. And since we have a lot more exposed sky and we're not as close to the avatar, it's just not playing up the meta as strong as this one is. But I like this more. So if it were my choice, I would choose this one. I think you did a great job bringing the tree line closer. It fills out the photo a good bit more. And, you could take some of the things you're using, like the fireworks and the Spirit Water Curtains, and incorporate them here too. The other thing is, I think yesterday I mentioned adding the Storyteller's Fire to your Dreamsnap. That is not a Star Path item. It is not a premium item. The Storyteller Fire is a Pocahontas item. You get it at level 2, very early on, and you can interact with it and change its color. So you can put a blue Storyteller Fire right here in front of the blue trees. You could put a green Storyteller Fire here in front of the green tree. You can do a yellow or orange Storyteller Fire here, and then on the very outside where we have like the orange and red, you can maybe do purple or something fun. And you've already got smoke bombs in the back too. So if you have the star coins, I would actually buy extras of the smoke bombs, and I would make this smoke bomb backdrop a little thicker. Like, where we have the green here, I would do like another green one right here because you're still under the green tree. And then I would have another like yellow or red one kind of right here. That smoke bomb backdrop is going to be more impactful if we fluff it up a little bit. If we thicken it up, that color will come in a bit more. But to be competitive with some of the other rainbow-style snaps, I would just recommend kind of adding more effects to this. The Storyteller Fire is not premium. It's not Star Path. And you do have premium and Star Path items. So you have the Spirit Water Curtain. You could utilize that here. You could also utilize the fireworks that you just got. That could look good, kind of giving a little bit of firework action to your sky. Now, the new fireworks, not new, but the fireworks from the Night Show Star Path, they don't go up very high if they're put way in your background. But since you have these big walls here, you could put a Storyteller, or you could do a Night Show Star Path fireworks display right behind this wall, and then you could do one right behind this wall. That's actually going to allow those fireworks to be up high enough to where they can actually land in the sky here. And And, you might even have to move them back just a little bit. They might be too high, but the wall will hide the boxes. So, yeah, I think this would be your better option. But in order to really maximize it, I would add more special effects to give it more of an explosion of color. And lastly, I think Mickey could be much closer, and I think Donald could be much closer. I would take both of them and play them closer to the theme, because think about it. If you had Mickey right here instead, like really close to you, what's he going to cover? Like what's he going to block? He's not going to block the trees. He's not tall enough. He's going to kind of just fill in like this little open spot here where it's kind of like a cupboard. So, and voters love seeing the villagers up close just like they love seeing the avatar up close. And yeah, as far as the item recommendations, when I'm recommending items, it's not always just for that particular player. It's for everyone watching. I'll constantly list off good items that are going to work for each snap, because many people might have a similar snap that don't have the means to support. They don't have the means to upload, but maybe they've done all the star pads. So I'll always recommend good items, but I don't like to assume somebody doesn't have anything, because, like I said, we see premium items in your snap. You have the Aurora, you have the Fireflies, that's a Star Path item. So you have several Star Path items, and I wouldn't really be doing my job if I just assumed you didn't have anything. I'm always going to recommend items, and if you don't have them, then just disregard, But yeah, I just thought it was just funny to me, because you're like, I'm new, I don't have any of that stuff. I'm like, you have a lot of that stuff. What do you mean? You might not have like everything, of course, because there's like a ton of stuff in the game, but you have some of the best meta stuff, and that's what matters. You got the Aurora, so like, imagine I was doing a review and you forgot the Aurora and I just didn't mention it because I assumed you didn't have it. That wouldn't be fair. But yeah, you got the Aurora, you got the Fireflies, which is great. And now that you got the new night show stuff that just came back, the spirit water curtains are super useful. The fireworks are great. All kinds of good things. And since you bought the spirit water curtains and the fireworks, that means you also have the pyro box. And you'll likely get more as time goes by. But yeah, you can, if you don't have any time to work on it, I would just go with this. And I would add to the eyeshadow. If you do have time for adjustments, I would go with this, but I would add Storyteller Fires. Again, that's a Pocahontas reward, very easy to get. I think it's level 2. And then I would maybe add some fireworks and then even fluff up the smoke bombs if you have the star coins to purchase more. Oh, and I would bring Mickey and Donald up a lot closer. If you have alternate dream styles for them, that's great. If you don't, that's fine. Breezy. Thank you for the feedback and for the recommendation code. I did not know about it. I made a few changes, including the ones you mentioned. I changed the background up a bit. Brought the trees in closer. Added more storytellers, fires, angel lampposts. Also added more villagers and updated the avatar's outfit. Let's see. Which one was yesterday's? I don't really know. Was this yesterday's? Yeah, when you guys upload for the re-review, please remember, I cannot, like, my brain cannot mentally save every snap I've looked at, so there's no way I'm going to know which one, because these are both really good. I don't know which one's old, which one's new. Hopefully this one's new, because I think the outfit's much better. I would just change the hair color, because the eyeshadow's really good here, and the outfit's very colorful, whereas this outfit is a bit more pale. It has some fun colors in it. The hair is really fun here. But yeah, we talked about this dress a lot yesterday. Again, my recommendation is to really, really focus on playing up these primary colors that we see in a lot of these snaps. Same colors we see here, like on the sweater: purple, blue, green, the yellow, orange, and red. And if we look at a lot of the very strong players within the community, you'll see, and this is what I've been recommending all week, is very bold, very saturated outfits with a lot of vibrant color. So this has a ton of vibrant color. It really pops. It stands out very well. Same with this, very vibrant dress, not a lot of pale color, and it plays up the color, of these wings. So I think yesterday, you know, my main recommendation was to, I think this was the old one, was to color the hair. Beyblade, let's go! 10 months of support. Thank you, my friend. Was to color the hair, because the eyeshadow looks really good. And this one we have the hair colored, but notice how, you know, the hair now clips into the shoulder piece here. The dress, I mean, you can use this dress. I feel like we will see it in 4K. I just think there's better options. I think there's options that are going to be a little bit more competitive. There's so many dresses out there that are extremely vibrant and colorful, and I think work very well. But this one does have some colorful designs, like the little red pieces and yellow pieces and orange pieces, and the green is very vibrant, but the overall, like, kind of teal note just isn't, it doesn't pop as much as some of the other outfits. Now, I love the addition of the butterfly tiara. That looks really good. I also like the color for the earrings. We got a good color on the lip. I think the pose is very nice. And the villagers look very good. It looks like you're using Summer Merlin, who's very colorful. Great shot of Joy on the side. You've added in the, you know, you've got some of the memory orbs here. And yeah, the confetti's looking, I think, even better than the previous snap. Now, is it just me, or are these lights not on? Maybe they're just kind of buried by the smoke bombs. I can't really tell. But I'm looking at your pillars here. And I can't tell if the lights are on. They might be. It might just be kind of hidden. Because these ancient lamps look really, really good activated with these. I think it was Sabelina that had an amazing submission yesterday where she paired these smoke bombs with the ancient lamps, and it looked awesome. Overall, solid snap, playing up the meta very well. A little bit of space between the top of the head and the frame. This tends to always, you know, go over well in snaps. There's a lot of snaps in the 4K range like this. This pose is also very popular. The villagers look good. The colors look good. And you got some good tree color in the background as well. I would say compared to yesterday, it's a lot stronger. Because yesterday, you know, we see the Mickey Ferris wheels. I think this is yesterday's. But we don't really see much color beyond that. You know, I see a tiny bit of orange here. Whereas in the new one, you know, now we see green, we see yellow, we see orange. You know, we see this stretch of colors behind each of these, and also each smoke cloud is kind of touching its color. Like the green is linking with the green, the yellow with the yellow. And yeah, I do think overall the avatar looks better because we've colored the hair, we've added the butterflies, and again, I do think there's better outfits, but I feel pretty confident this will still get 4K. I think there are outfits out there that could work even better than this, though, but it's not like you have to change this to get 4K. Meredith is next. All right, main thing we discussed for Meredith was that, you know, building really far away like this, only makes your Dreamsnap more difficult to create. It only makes it more time-consuming, and it actually hurts performance. The funny thing is, I mean, look at this. You know, look at the snap we just reviewed. Look at how close the trees are. This snap is so simple, but voters love that. So all this is tulips in the foreground, followed by smoke bombs, water curtains, ancient lamps, confetti, and spirit fires. And then behind that, trees. That's it. That's all this is. But it's really well done. It's full, it's colorful, but a snap like this can take you 30 minutes to put together. Whereas a snap like this could take you 4 hours. You know, because you're having to decorate this whole area. It's so much space. And the sad thing is, Voters prefer this over this in mass. If you look at what gets 4K, the shots close to the avatar with the background closer, those do better. You will see snaps like this in 4K, but you'll see snaps like this usually within the top 500, top 100, and also you'll see more of these within the 4K range than these. So the main thing we talked about was moving the build forward, because it's going to make your life so much easier, Meredith. It's going to make it a lot easier for you to fill out your snap. You won't have a whole floating island to decorate. That's the tough thing. You know, if in order to make your snap feel full, you got to decorate an entire floating island, that's just going to take way too long. And voters don't even like that as much unless it's just like some kind of immaculate, you know, masterpiece, which is really tough to do. So looking at the new one here, much better, much better. Voters tend to go for things like this far more often. You've gotten a little bit closer with the avatar. I mean, you could get even closer with the background. Again, you know, look at this. Look at how close the background is here. And you can also get even closer with the with your villager if you wanted to. And with your villagers. So with your avatar, with your villagers, you can play everything close to the camera. The background, the foreground, the villagers, the avatar, all of it. But this is much stronger, so definitely a step in the right direction. Now, you know, yesterday you had all this empty space here on the top left, all this empty space on the top right. We have all this empty space here in the midground because the background is so far away. Now that you've moved the background closer, you've been able to fill out a lot of that space. So from there, Meredith, my recommendation would be I would swap out this gray brick path. If you have something like Main Street Path, that's just one button. You select it and you just swap it. I think if you went towards like a Main Street, which is more colorful, or if you went with the worn brick from the Perfect Romance, it's a darker gray, which helps emphasize the colors, whereas this lighter gray, I almost never use that for snaps anymore, ever since we got the worn brick, because this lighter gray absorbs color out. So the whole snap will look a bit more colorful if you rotate this path out for another option. I would also, you know, like I said, I would get even closer than this, but you've already got closer, so that's a good step in the right direction. But, you know, from what you've seen in the other snaps, most of these... Let me show you something. And you can just keep this in mind for next week, because you did get closer, so that's great. But let's look at Beyblade, you know, very consistent. Notice how a lot of their items actually go out of the frame. Like this tree, tiny bit of space between the top of the frame and the tree, tiny bit of space between the hat here. Balloons go out of the frame here. We have a little bit of exposed sky, but the trees are like right up on the top here. And then let's take a look at DreGG. Notice how most of her trees actually go out of the frame. They're so close. This allows, you know, us to have tons of color in the backdrop. So that's what I mean about playing the background closer. So if you wanted to in the future, Meredith, you could get even closer than this. The trick is, you know, you can have your trees just coming up right to the top of the frame. That's going to give you even less space to decorate. Again, this was another top 100 submission. Marvels of Nature. Look at my trees. They come up right to the top. That's how close my background is. And voters love this stuff. They love this. Because it just makes the picture a lot more simple. It makes it very easy to appreciate, very beautiful. And voters like simple. So if you wanted to, you could have got even closer. Though, you know, don't worry too much about that this week. Just keep that in mind for the future. Now, what I would recommend here, Meredith, is I would put another big tree right here just to seal off this tree line. And I would put another big tree right here to seal this side off. So behind these, behind this blossom tree, behind this blossom here, put another big tree right here. And put another big tree right here. Or you can do another one of these bloom baskets back there. So you can take this Adventurers Out There bloom basket. You could put one behind the trees right here. And you could put one behind the trees right here. But yeah, I would fill out the left and right corner a little bit if you could. And lastly, I would think about your villagers. So we have Stitch down here and Jasmine here. But then we have like 4 all gathered together here. try to have the same amount on each side. If you move just one more villager to the right, you would have 3 on the left and 3 on the right. Since you're holding the bird, you could take maybe Minnie or Sadness or somebody that's small, and you can squeeze them right here. And then on the other side, you can have the other friends. And, I would space them out a little bit, but have them nice and close to the frame. Like, you could have Joy jumping a bit closer to the camera, like maybe right here. Merlin dancing is great. I would keep that. And then for Sadness, you could put her, like, right here. And that way you'll have nice equal weight on the sides. I would go a bit more bold with the eyeshadow. Remember, the challenge is explosions of color, and you really want, everything to pop. You want everything to be super noticeable, so I would probably go a bit more vibrant. I think your shirt is good, but I would definitely consider pants that were more vibrant as well. I would avoid pale colors. So, again, I would focus on this palette. Look at the color of your tiles. Vibrant yellow, vibrant green, vibrant red. Same kind of thing we see here. Vibrant yellow, vibrant green, vibrant red. There's also vibrant purple, vibrant blue, and vibrant teal. This is like a very pale color with kind of a hot pink around it. The outfit is cute and it matches, but I would try to design your outfit to kind of match your companion here. So I would maybe choose more vibrant pants or a very vibrant skirt. Jennifer, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. If you guys are enjoying the content today, we are getting very close to big goal number 206. We are less than 1,900 bits away. If we had 19 friends and only 100 bits each, we will knock out yet another goal here. Thank you to everybody that has supported so far. You guys are amazing. Dekai, thank you for the big 400. Very kind of you, my friend. Very kind. We'll scratch that. Now it's not 19 friends sending 100 bits. Now it's only 14 friends sending 100 bits. Thank you, my friend. Dekai with a very generous big 400 there. All right, so that was Meredith. We got Mags next. So this is Mags from yesterday. Mags said, my first of the original advice given, add trees behind the Ferris wheels, add more adventure balloons on the left and right, add confetti cannons, DJ booth closer to the camera. Okay, let's see how you did here. Ooh, very nice. Great job here. Great job. Bell B with the big 500. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Wings with the big 100. Thank you, Wings. Robbery in progress, also with the big 100. Thank you, my friend. Dreamy Luna, thank you for the bit stream there as well. And Mags with the big 100. Less than 600 bits to go. Well, actually, 624 bits to go, I think is where we're at. Dang, very good job here. Very good job here. You incorporated the advice very well, Mags. So I love the outfit change. Like I said, with this dress, it's a bit more pale, especially when you're looking at the dress dead on because you get a lot of white. I don't think the dress looks too bad from this side angle. I definitely think there's more vibrant outfits, but the dress looks better from the side angle here. But when facing it dead on, you do get a lot of white here. And with you being further away, we can't really see your makeup as much. We can also get some fun color in the hair. But man, you really, really switched it up here. Like, you got so much closer to the avatar. I actually love the Dreamlight Valley vest here. I'm surprised I haven't seen that more. That's really cool. Really good job on the makeup, the hair, the headpiece, the outfit, and all the villagers. And yeah, the way you've rounded out the balloons here, the storyteller fires. It really feels like a party. I think you did an amazing job with the changes, Mags. So hopefully you like it. And no, I don't think there's really anything else you got to worry about or do here. Because you're going to have to set up the villagers all over again, which is going to be really annoying. The only thing I see here is that we see some, grass here. So, if you put, maybe some flowers over here to hide that. But that's so small, it's not really going to matter. I would just call it a week and roll with what you got, because you got good villagers. We can see DJ Goofy back here, which is super fun. It really feels like a party. Thank you, guys. Oh, my God. Whoa, you guys passed the goal. Okay, guys, you can stop now. Let's see. Bobs with a big 400. Thank you, Bobs. Black Knight with a big 100. Mags with a big 100. We get Tazzy with 200. Celestial Lunamoth with the 100. Sunshine with the 100. And Bobs with the 93. All right. Yeah, we usually have a 6,000 goal, but since since we're only doing a 4-hour stream today and I'm trying to move fast, we were doing a regular 5,000. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. You guys are the best. Thank you. Tazzy says, I read in my snap. I'm played up the meta as well using smaller area per recommendations. Not sure if it's small enough area focus. I can see how it is better closer. I did change my outfit as well. And still feel like I'm struggling to get the right lighting, but didn't have any more time I could spend on it. Okay, so this was yesterday's. So the main thing we talked about was playing it in the meta. We've already discussed that today. You guys know what I'm talking about. Bringing your background closer so items aren't foggy in the back. Getting closer to the avatar. Kind of like what we see here. Let's see what you've done with the new build here. So we got this one. Yeah, very nice, very nice. This is definitely much more on meta. Then we have this one. A little too dark, I would say. I don't know if you're adjusting contrast, but if you adjust contrast, and there's also some big shadows. Like, there's a big shadow on Peter Pan here. In the corners, the vignette is really strong. One recommendation I have for you, Tazzy, do not touch contrast. Whenever you're adjusting your Dream Snap, contrast makes your dark spots much darker. If you want your snap to be more colorful, focus on saturation. But I would say for now, your midday lighting is actually the best. This actually feels the most colorful. And let me show you something really cool before we move on here, Tazzy. I'm going to show you a nice, cool... Oh my god, you guys are still giving bits. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. Oh, 6069. Let's go. Thank you, guys. I'm going to show you a neat little trick, Tazzy. So, you see how you're pushing the camera up so you can be close to you doing the hey pose? So, you're kind of like here, and you're doing the hey pose, like closer to the camera. Did you know you can actually put the camera kind of on the ground? So, if I do the hey pose a bit closer like this, you'll notice you don't really get to see the bottom of my outfit as much, and the avatar's not really centered in the frame. But did you know if you go into selfie mode and you crouch, and then you uncrouch and go back to portrait mode right away, the camera goes to the ground? And you can actually put yourself like smack dab at the front of the scene that way. Of course, if I were to do this, I would need to move these flower beds. I would readjust the way I built this scene. But this is a super, super neat trick. It is actually a very popular play for certain themes. A good example of this would be when we had Forested Book Nook, right? There were a lot of people that wanted to use the robot pose to reach for a book, or they wanted to use the fox pose to read a book. So in order to get our camera on the ground, you know, I showed everybody how to do this little trick. You know, we talked about it like all week. And almost everybody that did this well got 4K. Like, I think everybody that did this well got 4K as long as their photo was well lit and well put together. And as expected, it performed very, very well. Of course, like I said, if I was going to do this, I'd bring the dance floor tiles down more, and I would probably get rid of these flowers here and put them more on the outer edges. Not something you have to do this week. I just didn't know if you were aware that you could move the camera down, and this could be super helpful for some of those poses, like the seated poses, the kneeling poses. Now, for the hey pose, you know, you could always just get kind of close to the frame if you want to, like this, because you're not seated as low as the robot pose or the fox pose. But yeah, if you ever wanted to, you know, use that hey pose from, you know, this kind of angle, you totally can. So again, all you got to do for that is go into selfie mode, crouch, uncrouch, and immediately toggle. So the second you uncrouch, you got to switch to portrait mode, and the camera will stay low. All right. But yeah, overall, very solid job here. And yeah, this one got really dark. Another thing that could be making it dark, just so you're aware, is when you're on the sunset time of day, for the second hour of sunset, in the last 15 minutes of the hour, the sun actually starts to descend on the horizon, and it can start getting really dark on that sunset hour, so I'd be aware of that. But yeah, I wouldn't go with these because the corners are just extremely dark. This one has great lighting and color throughout the full snap, and you did a really good job bringing the background closer. My final recommendation for you here, I would keep your characters like they are. They look really good, but I would diversify your tree colors a little bit. You have a bunch of greens back here. I would consider like a big red tree somewhere, a big orange tree, a big blue tree, a big green tree. You know, you have all these colors of the rainbow in your wings. You have colors of the rainbow in your build here. Let's think about that in the background as well to really, really make this even more of an explosion of colors if you have the time. If you don't, this is already looking a lot better for 4K and a lot more competitive. So very, very good job here, Tazzy. Model Newbie. My original before stream and after stream suggestions, you'd ask location, thought was forest actually floating on Ancient Island. Yeah, Ancient Island also has pretty bad grass. It's the same problem. Suggested different paving, confetti in top left. Right corners, move rainbow flowers, change pavement. Don't have the confetti cannon. Added more fireworks, but can't get the timing down. Yeah, it can be tricky. It's annoying. Too bad you can't pause the fireworks in the air. Moved flowers forward. Kept the fit, but changed the wings. Saw a lot of Encanto clothes. Rainbow in the stream. Want to do something different. Not suggested, but adding villagers and positions. So, yeah, I think this is the new one. Yeah, good job. You got the rainbow flowers here, which is very nice. Rainbow flowers here. Actually, I would say the Encanto clothes actually are less common than dresses. I think the most common thing I've seen this week is this dress here. The Encanto skirt is actually the only Encanto item I've seen, and it's not even close to the most common item this week. There's a ridiculous amount of variety out there, so I think everybody's being pretty different here. I mean, if anything, I've actually seen more people using this Rainbow Phoenix than I've seen using that skirt. And technically, the Rainbow Phoenix is part of your wardrobe. So if anything, you're actually more like other players than I think you might expect. Because the Rainbow Phoenix has been, I think, the most popular companion next to the Rainbow Fox. And way more people are using dresses than they are using the Encanto skirt. I've seen the Rainbow Phoenix more than I've seen the skirt. So, yeah, that's, Now, your outfit is pretty unique. My recommendation with your outfit was that it doesn't have a lot of color variety. So, I know in your original submission, you're kind of wearing, the basic example fit. Which you don't have to. This top is not Encanto, by the way. These wings are not Encanto, only the skirt. And you really don't have to wear this skirt with this getup. It's just a good explosion of colors. And I do think your snap could be more competitive if you had an outfit with a bit more of a color variety. But you'll probably get 4K for this. It's very solid overall. I would recommend... you have this red tree here, you have the orange tree here, you have the purple tree here. I do think having like a nice bold green over on this side, or some kind of extra bold color over here, because you have all this white from the clouds. And I do think a little bit more color in the back left here would be nice, would be worth considering. Villagers look good, the flowers, you got into the corners here nicely. And yeah, you were already making some really solid changes before you even got your first review, because this is, you fixed this before I even saw it, which is great. And then this was the one we reviewed yesterday. We talked about getting these flowers down into the corner so we don't see the gray, we don't see the brown. And yeah, now we actually have the rainbow flowers in the corners. You could take this rainbow flower and move it one square left, because these come into the frame a bit more, and having these rainbow flowers balanced, I think, would be great. It's a very subtle change, so don't sweat that too much. You did swap out the mud path for the main street, which looks a lot better. It's much more colorful. I would still hide the grass. So the only biomes with grass that works well, there's only two, Plaza and Meadow, because their grass is very small and very tame. The Glade of Trust, Sunlit Plateau, Forest of Valor, the Ancient Island, the Jungle Island, all the grass there is this kind of nasty shade of dark green. Luckily, you're covering with a lot of different colors here. But if you would have covered that grass as recommended, we would actually see your Rainbow Fox even better. So we have the Rainbow Fox here, but we just have kind of grass jutting him in front of him, and he would come in a bit more clearly. So, unless you have a reason to show the grass, which you really don't, because, we don't really have anything over here that we can see because it's just the yellow smoke bomb. But yeah, everything else is looking really solid. I think you'll have a great shot at 4K with this. Very strong likelihood of 4K. Again, if you want to make any last-minute changes, I think taking these rainbow flowers, moving them one square left, just a tiny bit to balance them out with these flowers. Or you can take your avatar and move them a little left, and that should get these two flowers evenly displayed. And then I would consider like a tree in the background here just to fill in some of that skyline. Or at least not having the cloud there. But yeah, you got a ton of color in the environment. Lots of color. Good job with the makeup. Rainbow Phoenix is very popular. So yeah, I think you got a great shot of 4K. You also built your background close to the scene, which is something I've really been trying to get more people to do. Because a lot of people, you know, they spend a ton of time decorating like a whole floating island, and then they get 1,200 moonstones or 1,500 moonstones. And, you know, that sucks. That sucks. But what they're, you know, I think a lot of people approach it this way because they think, oh, if I do a lot, voters will be impressed. But that's not how most voters approach it, you know. For most voters, they're just going to choose the prettier picture. And the further back your build goes, the more foggy it gets, the more color you lose. And when you play close to the scene, you can get, you know, really good, vibrant colors. Now, what I would work on in your future snaps, if you want to be more competitive, model newbie, is the location of your sun. So you don't have to worry about that this week. But if you want to, you know, not only get 4K, but also land and secure some very high ranks very consistently, one of my biggest recommendations would be to have the sun behind the camera. So you see these shadows, you see how my shadows are going back. So the sun is behind the camera, and we're using the sunset time of day so we get really good natural saturation. And it's not just me, but I've already gone over this today. So, you know, sun behind the camera, sun behind the camera, sun behind the camera, behind, nighttime, behind, you know, all of these, nighttime. You can also take a picture with the sun in the scene, but it's going to require a lot more adjustments and settings. But nothing beats the beauty in the lighting. None of your setting adjustments will, you know, when it comes to the natural sunlight in this game, where the sun is hitting everything directly. Now, you have good color and good lighting in your scene. But if you look at your shadows, they're going left, and they're also very small, so you're kind of like at noon here, close to noon time. You got light hitting the top of your character, and you have light hitting your arm here, and you have light hitting your chest here, but no light hitting this whole bottom side here, or this side here. But you've adjusted your settings well, and since light is coming down from the top, it's still hitting like Peter very well, Rapunzel very well, so you're still getting very good lighting on a lot of your villagers. But if you want to make the most of your dream snaps in the future, always be very mindful of where the sun is in your snaps, and having it behind the camera. I cannot stress how big of an impact that has. So, again, players like Beyblade here, constantly in the top 100. You know, 4K for almost a year straight. I use this all the time. In the past 2 years, I've had only one snap not get 4K. And I always use this. Beyblade always uses this. Mama Dukes always uses this. The reason so many people in 4K just keep using this is because it works, and because it's actually a tool in real photography. This happens with real photography, and Dreamsnaps is just a photography challenge. So, in photography, there's a time of day referred to as the golden hour. It would be sunrise and sunset. And when photographers go out, they will, you know, angle shots to where they have that golden sunlight pouring into the scene they're taking. Wedding photographers do this all the time. It's actually, that's why most wedding photographers want to meet you in the evening, because they want to use the golden hour. It's the best hour to work with for lighting and saturation to really make things extravagant. And, you know, amateur photographers know this, professional photographers know this, and Dreamsnaps is a photography challenge. And Dreamlight Valley has built the golden hour into the game. So it's literally part of the mechanics here. So if you want to be very competitive with snaps, if you want to not only get 4K, but also try to secure an even better rank or beat your previous records, it starts with lighting. It starts with lighting. You can definitely get 4K with any kind of lighting as long as your photo is well lit. And I would say this is well lit. You have good color. But just keep in mind, you know, if you want to keep climbing to new heights, I would definitely be mindful of the position of the sun. Treat it like a giant photo spotlight. Black Knight is next. Okay, this was the OG here. Hey, somebody suggested a room in the house, the left-hand side, for color diversity on that side. I tried both the colorful fountains, a combination of smokes and campfires. Didn't realize that my character's hair was not either the same shade of purple or brighter pink from the first photo, so I may try to retake and incorporate any advice you have. It was really hard trying to get the Phoenix back into the same position. Oh, dang, you actually got him back? Well, that's cool. All right, we have option here. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, we'll have to kind of toggle back and see, you know, which ones we like the most. Ooh, that one's really good. Okay. So, original versus new. I do like the new one. I do think it breaks up some of the color consolidation we have here, because we have a lot of color there's a lot of variety here. There's a lot of variety in the foreground, but with the pink and here and the pink here, it's just a lot of consolidation of pink. Could still get 4K for sure. I think this looks better than a lot of snaps I've seen, even with the Lotus House. I just think it could be even more competitive without. But you do have the sun behind the camera. You have really good levels of saturation. You got really good villager placement. But I will say, I think the new one has even more of that explosion of colors feel. But I do think it could be good. I don't know. I almost feel like if we were able to squeeze a tiny bit of green into here to break up. Unless you want it kind of split here, where you have like the blues and purples here. Because we have like the yellow and orange sunflower, then the orange here, then the yellow here, and then the red here. And like the orange. I do like, see, I really like the green spirit fire here, because it kind of breaks up, you know, because it's almost like trading one color consolidation for another. This has more variety, so I'd like it a little bit more. But I'm wondering if we can get, you know, another vivid or bright color in here maybe. And then, yeah, I think once you alter the hair color here as well, I would also be considerate of, like, face paint if you wanted to bring even more fun color into your look. I know for, like, Beyblade, they have this really fun eye mask kind of face paint on with this, like, light shade of purple with this kind of, like, shade of pink with the little finer details. And then the bold green eyes. I think it looks really pretty. You can always do something like that if you wanted a bit more color on the face. Up to you, though. But I do love the way the Rainbow Phoenix is looking here. This looks really good. I think what... maybe a little bit more green. Because, like, you know, if we look at the colors on our Pinata, we look at the colors of our rainbow flowers, we look at the colors of Rainbow Phoenix, you know, we see, like, this vibrant shade of green. We see the yellow, we see the red, we see the blue, we see the purple. We only have a little bit of green in your trees, which is, like, back here. And then we have a lot of green on the ground, but the grass is, like, a bit darker. I think maybe if we mixed a little bit more of a vibrant color in here with, like, the fall colors, I don't know, it could be worth it. I would kind of play around with it. That would be my recommendation. Play around with the colors a little. If you like it, all feeling more autumn-esque on this left corner, I say go for it. But I think maybe moving those autumn colors back and then having it go back into a green or a blue before you hit the edge could be good to just make the colors feel a bit more scattered, like an explosion of colors. And you can even put a tall tree back here behind Casita to have, like, a fun color in this corner as well if you wanted to. That's if you end up wanting to do any other changes. I think both your snaps are likely for 4K, even old or new, doesn't really matter which one. Whether you go with this or this, both have a great shot. But yeah, if you go back and adjust the hair color, you can also, I think, you can do more color with the facial, you know, with the eyes and different things like that. And I do think finding a way to incorporate maybe having this tree line a little bit further back as well, because like this tree line is a little bit further back here. And if you did have it further back, you could do another one of these rainbows. You can have one rainbow going back here, and then you can have another one going back here. Almost like you have rainbow wings in a way. You see what I mean? Where you have like both rainbows kind of connect. It would probably require you to adjust a few things, and you might not have two of those pot of golds. So that could be fun, But yeah, I like this one the most out of the current selection, the current lineup. So if you don't have time for changes, I would just go with this. Or you can go with your original if you like that more. Your call. Junia. So we have yesterday's. I rotated the pools to get them closer. Added making many in the foreground. To add paving. I had to add paving once I moved the pools. I also added the color in the water. First is the old, second is the new. Okay. So we have the new one here. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, you definitely brought in more color, which is great. And this is the main thing, you know, you're talking about getting a little closer with the characters and the smoke bombs. I think that's super fun. I love the vibrant colors in your hair, but I really wish we could do the same with your outfit. One thing I really recommend avoiding this week is like a lot of white, right? Like we want to play up the bold, like, you know, vibrant colors. This dress, it has all this white down here. It has a very pale pink here, very pale pink here. But then it has a nice vivid pink here and here. But like that's it. You know, there's so many dresses I think you could use that are going to feel a lot more vibrant. So I do like the way you've got this set up now. I think it has a good shot at 4K even without any more changes. Another thing that could be fun is maybe like some luminescent flowers down here in the foreground as well. Like maybe a little luminescent flower here, maybe a little luminescent flower here. But yeah, I would recommend a different dress than this. I'm sure we will see this dress in several 4K submissions, but I do think other dresses are going to be even more popular. But yeah, what I see working the most are like very vibrant outfits. Like if you want to go with pink, there's some very bold pinks. And then, you know, people are just coming up with these really fun, very vibrant outfit options. Like this is a super unique outfit, probably one of the most unique I've seen. Like I haven't seen anybody use this Dreamlight Valley vest yet. They have this bold yellow shirt under it. You know, there's all kinds of ways to create your fit this week. And what we see most people doing is just really embracing some very, very, very vibrant colors here. And also that nice color variety, just like we see in the flowers. Dreamlight V is next. Appreciate all the great feedback, says V. Thank you so much. You recommended adding Oswald, replacing the purple tree with a brighter one with a mushroom cluster. Clean up the paving on the black and white side. Difficult to extend the paving because those darn flowers take up so much grid space. Yeah, I wish they would just fix all the flowers, Dreamy. Like, if they would just set all the flowers up to where they were all just, you know, like the Eternity Isle flowers, my life would be better. Try to cover as much space as I can. Reducing the amount of sky, bringing in the trees closer. I also created more balance with the... Here, let's open the original that we're talking about now. I also created more balance with the princesses in the final photo. Also, my character lighting toggle was not working, and I did not want to start over. That's okay, that's okay. I actually... When you have the sunset lighting like this, you really don't need character lighting. You really don't. Yeah, I actually think she looks better like this anyway. I would, though... I know you might not want to do anything else with this, but I would consider giving yourself some colorful hair. There's some really fun things you can do with the hair this week. And it's a chance to get even more color in. And technically, it's on the color side since your hair doesn't show on this side. So, you know, you could go with like a green, or you could try to match like this yellow and orange. You can do an orange hair with yellow highlights. You could... Again, you can go with a green to match the green of the wings or the green of your earrings. There's some really fun things you can do with the hair color. And I think since we have a monochromatic side, that is if you have time for any more changes. Since you have a monochromatic side, I think it could be very good to play up as much color on the color side as possible. Overall, very solid changes, though. Very solid changes. And I'm surprised there's an issue with the pathing. Oh, it might be with how... with where on the grid they are, because the pathing actually takes up a good bit of space. It takes up like 4 of the grid squares. And the flowers are about the same. So these flowers you have here actually don't have too big of a footprint. These ones are a 1 square flower, which is nice. You did cover the grass pretty well, though. We can't see it too much, which is nice. Yeah, overall, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Love the addition of Oswald. And yeah, you had the very dark purple tree here yesterday. I'm glad you were able to get the light purple in there. If you do go back to change the hair, my only other recommendation... Hey! Whoa, who just did that? Thank you, thank you! Oh, snap, it's Old as God. What's up, my friend? How you been? Thank you for the very generous 1,000 bits. That is so kind of you. So kind indeed. Y'all drop some love for Old as God. We've already hit today's goal. They came in with even more. Dang, bro, you guys have... We're 20 over right now. Thank you so much. So yeah, if you do go back and change the hair, my only other recommendation here for you would be consider turning off the vignette. It's actually on by default. So vignette border is always on. But if you set it at -0, it'll go off. But that's going to help brighten these corners because we do have a lot of shadow in this corner here. And, you know, we have a little bit of shade in this corner here. I would consider trying this without the vignette. And I would also consider setting your saturation, since you're at sunset, just a 0.2. 0.3 at the highest, but you don't want to go too high at sunset. But that will make the colors a little bit more vivid on this side. But yeah, looking really good. Looking really good. Horizontal is next. Thank you for your advice. I changed more of the color. Big smoke bombs. I'm so happy you noticed the flowers, and I couldn't get them in before, but I've sorted things out now, so I've been able to add them, which makes me happier with the snap. Nice. Aw. Well, I'm glad you were able to get them in. I'm always looking for your flowers. You know, I'm always going to be looking for them. I see them back there. I see them. I see them right away. Very nice. Very nice. Is it really a holly snap without your signature flowers? Beautiful work, Holly. Beautiful work. I absolutely love the transition to green here. This looks even better than I thought. I hope you like it too. I know you said you like it more because you got your flowers in, but I also hope you like the green. The main reason I thought changing these smoke bombs on the outer edge would be nice because we already have a big concentration of pink right here. So maybe swapping to a different color will just make it feel more like an explosion of color. And I gotta say, the choice of the green looks incredible. Yeah, really cool, Holly. I would be absolutely flabbergasted if this got less than 4K. You did a great job here. Crafty Joe, you said to get closer to the camera, use more dance floor tiles, confetti cannons. Yeah. So this was yesterday. Yeah, we talked about getting you a bit closer. You did a great job with the makeup. We just want to see that more. And then we have the dance floor tiles, but it's a very skinny path. It's like a path for ants. So we wanted to be a little bit bigger. And then confetti is fun and gives even more color. So, oh yeah, very nice. Great job. You incorporated the advice perfectly. We have some fun confetti falling down. Now you brought out more color by expanding your party path here. And you got just close enough to where we can see your rainbow orb and your makeup really well. I think this is a lot more competitive. You already had a good looking snap here. Lots of good color. But now, man, we're cooking. We're cooking. Very good job, Crafty Joe. Scuttle is next. First, the original, you only suggested adding confetti to the corner. Swap my villagers around because I was entirely happy with them prior. I did comment another option as I had early time this morning before work. Thank you for your advice and encouragement. Of course, my friend, of course. So we have a few options here. New 1, new 2. Ooh, that one's fun. Good fireworks there. And then new 3. Oh, yeah, definitely the most recent one. The one you did this morning is looking really good. You got the horses in a bit closer, and I think these are really impactful. And I love that we can see the villagers interacting with them so well. You got the confetti looking really good on the sides. You know, Rapunzel's looking great. Yeah, awesome job here, Scuttle. Awesome job. Another incredible Dream Snap. Even if you didn't make any of my changes I recommended, I think you were already pretty set for 4K, but I do think you've made it even more competitive. This is amazing. Babbitt is next. Isaac, thanks for your reviews. Only suggestion was just to rethink the mask. First snap is the original. Other 3 are added updates with 2 different hairstyles. I think I prefer the villager variations and the other same hair as the original. Interested in which one you think is better? Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. All right. Oh, I like the little heart imprint. That's a good choice. That's a good choice. Okay. So we got some fun options here. So original. Well, let me move it over here, because I'll be honest, I kind of like this one the most, the first one you sent in, because with the angle, it just really draws attention to this really funny pocket back here, and you have a really good explosion of colors back here. And since the wings are a little bit more inward, we get to see the sides of the build really well. The angle on these ones, you bring the sky down a little bit more so we don't get that explosion of colors on the top. Like on this one, we get to see a lot of yellow and red up here at the top. And I also think that makes the green and the smoke back here a little bit more impactful. So yeah, I would definitely say this one is my favorite of the options. Absolutely amazing work there. Well done. Well done, Babbitt. And you can really pick any of those, but yeah, I do think the one where we see more of the sky is definitely the strongest. Jennifer is next. I'm going to keep Discord open now because my browser's getting a little full. Hey, I sent you 3, and you like my third option best. Suggested I use the colorful rug instead of the gold bubblestone path. I got a bit closer since that's a meta. I'm torn. I think the first may be better. Thanks in advance. Yeah, sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. So we have this one versus this one. So the framing on the first is better because you're kind of on the outskirts of the rainbow. You see how the frame goes past the rainbows just a tiny bit? This one, you have the rainbows kind of touching the frame, so we don't see all the colors of the rainbow, and we don't get to see all this additional green. So the rug is definitely an improvement. I think the rug looks a lot better than the Bumblestone because you already got a ton of yellow here and a ton of orange here. We don't really need more right behind you. You don't have much red in the scene. So I think the red is good. Or if you wanted to, you could use the Inside Out rug, which has a ton of different fun colors and I think would be even more of an explosion of color. But the framing is better on the first. But the colors are better on the second. So really what you would want is a combination of the two. What I like to do is if I'm trying to recreate a snap with some new changes, is I keep it open on my phone, and when I'm in camera mode getting the camera adjusted, I really look at the old snap and the new snap, because if you do, you can see, okay, in this snap, I can see the red band of the rainbow going all the way down, but in this snap, I can't see the red band at all, you know, and those color bands on the rainbows are going to be very important. So I think if you were able to combine the two options, it could be very strong. I don't, you know, you're already doing the meta. You're already close to the camera and, you know, your wings come close to the top. You don't necessarily have to be closer than this. When I talk about having a little bit of space between the top of my head and the camera, that's not going to be for every pose. Like in this pose, you're actually leaning forward, so you're down lower than normal. So you're already about where I would usually be. But the reason your head is further away is because you're leaning in. You don't necessarily need to be this close because, you know, the wings are going to be pretty big. I wouldn't get quite that close. This is already the meta. You're already doing the meta. You know, there is a potential of being too close sometimes. And again, The rug, I think, is a great addition, but there are rug options that have a variety of colors inside of them. Like the inside out rug, I think, would look really good here because you're already wearing a hot pink. You know, the red behind that doesn't vibe quite as well, but a dark purple inside out rug with a bunch of fun colors inside of it, that's going to balance really well with the wings and really well with the dress. And it's going to add even more fun color down here at the base. But you're layering red on top of red on top of red. So, you know, maybe not the red rug. I think we talked about the red rug since we don't have red trees. But I think there's better options. And yeah, I would try to do kind of a combination of the two. And I would definitely try a different rug. Or if you're not, if you're out of time, just go with the first. Waifu, as recommended, I moved the camera closer, got rid of the white paving. And also used a group tool to move my setup so that the sun was no longer off to the side. Ooh, you did everything we talked about. So this was the original, okay, and boom. Nice, what a change, what a change. Fantastic job. Wow, yeah, you did everything we talked about. Okay, so my only recommendation from here would be to be careful with pale colors. You see how pale this tree is? It almost looks white. It's the magnolias, when they're not catching the sunset lighting just right, they can look really pale. I would play up the bold colors of the rainbows. You know, like I would play up deep red, deep blue, deep green, deep yellow, like you have throughout many other portions of this photo. But there's other things around this size, I think, that could be a bit better. And you already have pink from the blossom tree, so you don't absolutely need this. I think there's some other colors you can use. I love the deep blue of the smoke bomb here. Maybe, what if we had like a deep green right here? So I wouldn't use the pale pink because, you know, this is another really pale one. So for the smoke bomb, the deep blue, the deep purple, the deep green, and the orange, those all look really good. But I would be careful with this very pale color. Again, you know, you want an explosion of colors. You've already drastically improved your snap. I would also reconsider your overcoat, the pale blue denim. There's many options that are going to be a bit more vibrant than this. And I would put another smoke bomb back here so we don't see through your Ferris wheel into just emptiness, like empty sky. You can put like a really fun deep green back here. And then you can also do another deep green right here. And instead of just a few, instead of a few flowers and, you know, kind of sporadically on the path, you can also put down some really colorful rugs in this space. Again, the inside out rug is very colorful. There's some Little Mermaid rugs. There's all kinds of like little round rugs. So my final advice for this one, waifu, would just be to squeeze a little bit more color out of it if you could. Squeeze more color into the avatar's look. Squeeze more color into the background where you have some of the pale colors here. But absolutely outstanding job. You know, you went from a photo where the sun wasn't quite in the right position, where we weren't really playing up the meta, and also where we had a lot of white, to a shot that fixed all of those things. But just like the white path, you know, we want to be very careful with very pale colors this week. And, you know, you've already seen like tons of examples of like what the opponent's snaps are looking like. Notice, you know, they're not really playing up much white at all. They're really, really going with the colors of the rainbows here. So, you know, make that your primary focus there. Wag is next. Hi, Zamai, you suggested another dream style for Mickey. Replace the villagers with the colorful ones. I also added more light and colors to the foreground. This is how they remove the light casting. I know, it is so sad. Lastly, you suggested another outfit. I wasn't able to capture the flower petals in front of the avatar, but I did get the rainbow raven in my snap. Okay, so this was yesterday's. And then we have today's. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Yes, super colorful. And yeah, you did nail the raven here, which is really cool. And we did talk about seeing it with another outfit. I do think this isn't like a bad dress at all. I think it's actually really pretty, but we already have so much pink. You know, we have the pink here on the sides. We have the pink tree up here. We have the pink here. So I do like that we're breaking it up with even more fun color. Very vibrant. Love the way you did the makeup here. I would probably recommend styling the hair a little bit differently. If you don't want to worry about it, don't, because, you know, you got the phoenix in this shot. It does look really cool. But, you know, the colors of the wings here, your dress already plays up the outer wing color, like the yellow, orange, and red. So I would have the hair play up the inner wing color, like the green and blue, or maybe the purple. That way your look can embody like all the colors we see in these rainbow flowers. You don't absolutely have to do that, but I do think it can work very well. And if you have confetti, I would definitely consider getting some confetti going off in the outer corners. I think that can work well too. But yeah, absolutely great job. Love the fit. Wonderful work, Wag. Wonderful work. Katie here. Thank you for the review. Here's my original. Spent about 2 hours working on it. Okay, Katie, you typed a lot of stuff here. I don't think I'm going to be able to read all of that. Because we got, I'm coming up on crunch time here. So let's just look at your options. So this was the original. Yeah, we talked about using some unique poses. Okay, very nice. Oh, yeah, this one's really fun. You actually got a lot of unique poses. Mickey jumping is very good. Peter Pan flying. This is what I'm talking about. Good job, Katie. Good job. Yeah, when you use the villager toggle, you can place a lot of villagers, and it's a lot of work to do that. But once you've already gone through that trouble, once you've already put in that effort, you might as well take the extra couple of minutes to, like, toggle through their different animations and really, style up that snap. Now, I think you said you were working on this one before we had gone over all that, which you do have some good animations back here, getting Moana to jump. I would actually say between your final two snaps, this one has, like, the best villager animations, but I think this one has the best color, because I think it has a really good balance. I like this outfit, but I don't really like the Isabella rug here as much as I liked the blue here. I think the blue here was really fun. But, you don't have... Just because you have a red dress doesn't mean you can't have blue behind you. If anything, that would actually be really nice, because now you're going to be kind of separate from what you're standing in front of. You're going to contrast well against it. But I did really like the way you did the blue. This one has the best villager presence, though. Also, can you see Donald's hat back here? So yeah, at the end of the day, you can go with either this one or this one. I do think this is the strongest outfit, and it's the strongest villager display. However, I do like the way the mid-ground was filled out in the original. You have all these different flowers, and you have this, like, vibrant blue. Whereas in this one, we don't have any of those flowers. Now we just have, like, 3 big rugs. So I would still have some of those fun flowers and items on display here. Because, that was a good strength of your snap. It gave you good item diversity. So it's too bad we took it away for this one, because in this one, you kind of have the strongest outfit and the strongest villager displays. I would probably go with this one out of all your options. But I think the best would kind of be a combination of these two, where we have a lot of these fun, diverse items in the mid-ground, and we have a very strong outfit and very strong villager display. Celestial Lunamoth. Moved to the Plaza Floating Island, sun facing the snap, used ideas on building the scene, and used camera settings from the Explosion of Color Tips video. Thank you again. So this was yesterday for Celestial Lunamoth, and, my biggest thing was I was very worried about the lighting, because things like this tend to have a very hard time getting into 4K. Like, we have the new Smoke Bomb, but it's like, it's almost like white. It's like a yellowish note, and then we can't see the color of the sky, unfortunately. So the settings here were very tricky. I think the sun actually might be right here, which is kind of blinding out the scene. And because of that, the colors are all very pale. So I actually had a pretty tough recommendation for Celestial, which was kind of just to redo it, And I know nobody wants to hear that on review day, because that's a lot of extra work. But what we recommended was to, try a floating island. And then I said, check out my Thursday guide video about the challenge. I actually went over the exact settings I'm using, and you can use those settings. So let's see. We went from this to this. Now that's what I'm talking about. Very nice. What a change. Dude, in this one, we can hardly see, you know, there's no color in the sky. You know, it's everything is kind of washed with like a yellow light, which makes it very hard to appreciate the explosion of color. I know they wanted to go here because they really wanted the butterfly. But it can be very tricky in some of the DLC biomes. And unless you're, you know, very comfortable with the camera tool, you know, setting up on a floating island, because, like, you know, what's better? The giant butterfly in the back, or having all of this perfect space to make just like an awesome, well-balanced scene? And honestly, dude, I can't even, like, the fact that these are from the same person a day apart is actually blowing my mind right now. Like, do you guys see this? Do you guys see how crazy of an improvement this is? Are you guys seeing this? Like, look at this, dude. Look at the difference. And they even played up things I wasn't even mentioning as much when I did their review, because I was more focused on getting the settings right. But, like, I mean, they absolutely nailed the villagers. They have Goofy super animated over here. They have the rainbow flowers perfectly balanced on both sides. They brought in confetti. They completely changed the outfit to be, like, super colorful. And this just shows how much of an impact lighting and settings makes. You know, this is the same person. This is a snap where we have the sun in the back, where we're trying to overcompensate with highlight to get the color back when the sun is not beaming into the scene, and everything gets washed with color. And we're not playing up the meta where we're close to the avatar. And this is a scene where the sun is behind the camera. We've got our settings dialed in. The settings I used in the video that I promoted for this challenge is exactly what they're using here, which was 2% focus, 0.3 saturation, 0.4 highlight, and 1% light bloom. That's it. 4 settings. And as long as you have the sun behind the camera, you get just incredible lighting, incredible color. But yeah, I gotta say, you just did an absolutely killer job here. An absolutely killer job. I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed with how much you were able to turn this snap around. And you have a couple of options here. Definitely go with the sunset one, because the settings I talked about in the video, they're not made for they're not going to be made for daytime the same way. So you can't really use the highlight here. I have different settings I use for daytime. If you want to use a midday scene, I usually run 0.6 saturation with no highlight boost. And then maybe I'll adjust light bloom, just depends on what we're using. But you really got the explosion colors dialed in here. You used the settings perfectly. You brought your villagers in very well. You've balanced out the shot. So, yeah, this is your target here. Really good job. Really good job. Okay. Now, I believe we got a couple of re-reviews, and then we got a few more secondary reviews. We've locked the channel, right, Ashley? We did lock the new secondary review channel at 3. Did we lock that at 3? Oh, I think somebody uploaded after 3. Yeah, Lisa uploaded after 3. It says 51 minutes ago. Yeah, 3:13. I can't do that one this week, guys. 3 p.m. is the deadline. I can't, sadly, this particular week, I can't be flexible on the deadline. That's why I went live super early today. Let's make sure we lock the secondary reviews channel if it's not locked already. The other one there. If I can get all the other snaps reviewed by 4:50, Lisa, I'll take a look at yours, but you know, keep in mind, everybody, deadline is 3 p.m. Eastern time. So if it's after 3 p.m. Eastern time, please don't upload. You have to reach out for permission after that. Usually the channel's supposed to be locked. I guess, you know, we just Ashley was busy helping me, so we didn't get a chance to lock it. All right, so we got dysfunction here. Let's take a look. First time review, not a secondary. Okay, dysfunction. So we got some good color here. You got some good villager presence. Very nice, very nice. My biggest recommendation for you, dysfunction, last day of the challenge. So you don't have a lot of time, but I want you to be mindful of the other 4K submissions and just how diverse their colors are. They're really playing up these rainbow colors. It doesn't have to be a rainbow build necessarily, but playing up all the different primary colors will help make your photo very strong. So a very common play this week is you see a lot of snaps with a lot of color variety. So if we go back to yours here, you have these very non-vibrant, like very dark green trees coming out from the casita. Instead of the same shade of green coming out, the challenge is called explosions of colors. That's a lot of color, right? That's going to be a lot of color. So instead of just green trees on the left and right, what if we did a big green tree in the middle, and then red trees on the side, and then orange trees beside that, and then yellow, and then blue, and then green again. So what I would recommend here is a lot of color diversity in your trees. And if you do color diversity and have it come out like that, you can put spirit fires, storyteller fires from Pocahontas that change colors. And you can have different color changing fires matching with the trees, and that's also going to help you break apart this cream colored wall here. This wall is not really adding much color. You got great color from your tulips, but I would definitely have something kind of in front of the wall here. The outfit is strong, and you got a good villager presence. So as it stands right now, this could get 4K for sure if it pops up against the right thing. But the tricky thing is that relies on you not matching up against certain photos. You don't want to have to cross your fingers and hope you don't match up against certain photos. You want to build your snap in a way to be competitive against all types. So here's what I mean. If you popped up against a snap like this, it's going to be very hard because they have a lot of different colors. It's very vibrant, and there's just a lot of color diversity. It really feels like an explosion of colors. And we see the same thing here. Look at the trees. Look at the trees. We have purple, then we have blue, then we have green, then we have yellow, then we have orange, then we have red, and then we have like these balloon baskets on the sides. So it wouldn't take a lot of extra time for you to make a couple of tweaks here, a couple of adjustments. What I would recommend is instead of just using these Eternal trees, I would really think about many different colored trees from the landscaping menu. I would really diversify that space in the back. And I would not have the tulips go all the way back. I would save a little bit of space before the wall so you can have some big colorful bushes or the storyteller fires, something to break up this empty cream color. Like the top and sides of this wall is really nice, but the empty cream color not so good. And lastly, if you haven't seen it, I would check out my guide for this week's theme. I have a build kind of similar to yours, but it's making use of a lot more. So that's why we have things like these dioramas and those toy blocks, and that's why instead of just using the regular walls, we're using the gate walls. That way we can, instead of just having this cream color by itself, we can put more color in the wall itself. So there's a lot of ways you can make the environment you've created a lot more colorful. So, if you want to see this build in more detail, and, if you want to see how it really looks, you can even, in the video that I made about this, you can even check the exact settings I'm using. So check it out. Just like yours, we have the casita, we have these walls, but we're using the open walls so we can put colors behind them. Then we have green in the middle, then blue, then red, then orange, then yellow, then green again. And this gives us a lot of really fun colors in the backdrop. And just like I recommended for you, we're matching the tree colors with the storyteller fires and with the smoke bombs. And then, for some added color in the midground, we have these dioramas. So yeah, very fun, very fun. A lot of things you can do here. And again, I know it's the last week of the challenge, but if you have time to make a few adjustments, I would definitely consider that. Beagle Mama, did we see yours yet? Let's go. Hi, Sabai. Here's what I came up with this week. Which one is best? Thank you so much for any advice. Always appreciate it. Of course, of course. So we got option number 1, option number 2, and option number 3. Ooh, definitely number 3. You got locked in on this one. Yeah, look at how much the saturation improved. You really got your settings perfect here. You've really dialed up the saturation and made the most of the smoke bombs. This looks fantastic. You got a great shot of the Phoenix here, the Rainbow Phoenix. I like that you've broken up the ground around you with this mosaic as well. I do think it might be kind of cool to take this mosaic and put it a little lower so it kind of fills out the base of the foreground and goes around you. And then you can just bring more flowers in if you wanted to get them closer. Totally up to you. But I do think it would be satisfying to see this mosaic kind of connecting with the base and surrounding you as if it's your own little platform you're standing on. But yeah, really love the way you've positioned the villagers with their colors here. You know, we have like the yellow and orange gang, pink gang, green gang, blue gang, purple gang. Very cool, very cool. My last recommendation, Beagle Mama, if you have any extra time on this, what if you had some cool trees behind these builds, too? Like, what if you had, like, a yellow tree here, and here maybe, like, some of the blossom branches, and just so you could see the blossom branches, you put some kind of dark purple tree behind it, just so the blossom branches stand out. You could do, like, a blue frozen willow tree kind of angle behind this one. You could do one of the purple trees behind this one if you want to. You don't have to, but it could be kind of cool to, like, make that color, like, wall you've created even more impactful. Could be cool. Could be cool. Really good job, Beagle Mama. Really good job. And then we got Uncle Rod coming in. All right, Uncle Rod said, "Hi, Sabai. Just got back home from out of town, so limited time to put into this. I do not have inside-out rugs or disco flooring. Luckily, I should have time to make changes tonight. The mid-ground feels too empty, and I'm hoping for some suggestions. I look forward to your feedback." Of course, of course. So if you don't have those rugs, do not worry, my friend. Do not worry your pretty little head. It is okay. You do not need that stuff because we got flowers. We got all kinds of flowers. So if you don't have the rugs, you know, what if instead of like this speckled path, we just had grass and we used beautiful yellow flowers all throughout this range, green flowers all throughout this range, blue flowers all throughout this range, and purple flowers, you know, kind of coming down in front of this build. So flowers. And you don't, I would not have, so you got the rainbow flowers here on this left side, but you see how on this right side we can see the dirt and the gray, but on this side we can't? It's because you got the flowers way closer to the foreground here. I would do the same thing here. And then I would get rid of these extra rainbow flowers in the back so that we could actually do the purple flowers coming down. Because as it stands right now, this is all going to block us from seeing the purple flowers. Like, we'll see the yellow ones, we'll see the green ones, we'll see the blue ones, but the purple ones will be hidden behind this stuff. You only need the rainbow flowers kind of in the corners here. And if you have a blossom tree, I would kind of put that back here as well, if it could stand up high enough. I think that could be kind of cool, even though it's kind of the pink purplish side. But yeah, go with flowers. Go with flowers. You can never go wrong filling out. Oh, and if you have them, the inside-out memory orbs. The inside-out memory orbs, Uncle Rod, those are going to also be very, very nice. Those are going to be very, very nice for your... You can mix them in with the flowers, and they have... I think they have all those colors. If you have it, it's a premium item. They're in the shop right now. But, you know, you got to buy a stupid well nobody likes as well, so I don't know. Okay, that's all of those. And now we have our final reviews here. The rest of our secondaries. Messy Mother Crafter is up first. Okay, this was yesterday's. You suggested I change out the gray path and add more colors and change my dress. Oh, this was yesterday's. Yeah, we have the gray, the natural stony path. And we also have this tannish dress. We wanted to get a bit more color. So, yeah, very nice, very nice. I would kind of rethink the face paint a little bit. there are some fun things you can do with it, but I would rethink the hair too. So this hair actually doesn't have good color blending. So let me show you what I mean. Look at the hair I'm wearing right here. What makes this so good is that the colors fade into another color. Some hairs have really good highlight effects. So the hair I'm using here runs really good highlights towards the base. There's another really good one. This one is really good. So this one runs really good highlights throughout the style. Now the hair you're using is that new hair from the premium shop, but like, it's just not that colorful. And also the flowers in the hair are really pale. I'll be honest, I think this hair is heavily overrated. I think it can look really good in the right kind of snap, like Kingdom of Beauty, for example. Or like if we had a snap that was kind of like about Rapunzel and we could match her with long hair, it could be really cool for that. But for when you're trying to really play up hair and play up color, I don't like this hair at all. Like, because you have options like this where you can color. Now, not everybody has this because it's from a Star Path, where you can color the flowers and the beads of the hair a different color. Like, this one is really cool. But certain hair. Now, I would really like this hair if one of the colors would let me change the flowers. It makes me so mad that it can't. Like, I hate that all the second color can do is add a little bit of color way down here, which you can't even see that well. And a lot of hairstyles do that. Like, this one looks really good from the back, but from the front, you can hardly see the extra details. This one is pretty nice because since it's so big, you can see the gradual transition of the colors. And this one, the highlights are really fun and noticeable as well. So again, not all hairstyles are equal. Some show off highlights and color way better than the others. I do think that new hairstyle would be so much better if it worked like this one. Like if changing the colors would change the colors of the petals in the hair. Then I would be like, oh yeah, that's the one. But in the meantime, I would stick with something where you can actually see the color change, or see the highlights. Like this hair or any of the other ones that we showcased. I think they're going to be really good options for you. But this hair, all it's doing really is covering up your background, making it harder to see your villagers. And the color change is hardly, I can't really see much of a color change. It's like we go from like a reddish brown to a light brown, and like that's it. You could go from a red into a yellow and make it like super fiery, and then you can, play up those colors with the eyeshadow here. I will say the blue and purple face paint here, it's fun, but it doesn't really match the rest of the fit. I think face paint can be really good, but I would try to consider how it ties into your look. Maybe you can do... I would experiment. I feel like there's a lot of different colors you can do for the face, but if you gave yourself really fun colored hair, then you can tie that color into the face as well. Like, since your outfit covers, like, red and gold, you can give yourself, like, orange hair, or you could even go completely different and give yourself, like, green hair if you want to add more green to the scene. And I would also recommend, for this particular snap, I think more green is actually a great idea. You have one pocket of green right here, and that is one of the primary colors we want to highlight. If you look at the flowers here, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, red, orange. So you have the green over here. But then if we look at the left, you have light pink, which you don't want to use the light pink for the smoke bomb. It's one of the least colorful options. There's 5 really good colors you can choose from. The light pink just doesn't look too great. So what if we made the light pink over here by Oswald? What if we made that one green? That way we have a little bit of green on this edge, and now we have a little bit of green on this edge. That's going to give you more green throughout the photo. And then we can take this one here, and we can turn it, either green or blue or another fun color. I would just get away from the pale pink. Because look at how good these colors look on the right-hand side. This purple, this blue, this green, this yellow. These colors with the smoke bombs look really good. Whereas this pink, it just looks kind of dull and dry compared to what we have going on. This feels like an explosion of colors. This feels like, you know, it's like some pink dust. So I think giving yourself some more bold colors here would be great. I do like the changes for the outfit, but I would try to figure out the face paint now that you've kind of changed the colors here. I think in the last one you were kind of styling the face paint to match with the colors of the flowers on your outfit. And I would rethink the hair. You know, think about what colors you might need more of. And think about fun hairstyles where you can incorporate those colors. Not to mention smaller hair is going to help you see the villagers a lot better. And I would alter your puff clouds over here. I would add some more green, some more blue. But yeah, really good job getting rid of the gray brick. That's and you did give yourself a much more colorful outfit. I think from there, just finding ways to make this a little bit more colorful. And again, I think the hair and the smoke bombs are going to be your ticket to doing that. Looking good so far, Mothercrafter. Looking good. Some solid changes. Sunshine is next. First is the OG from yesterday. You suggested more confetti in the corners. Added 3 new ones. Okay. So, first is the OG. Yeah, we just talked about strengthening confetti, and that's about it. Ooh, Eric's looking suave. Yeah, I like the confetti there. Though Eric did add some more white to the scene. I actually think this third one is probably my favorite. Eric does look good, but it makes it a little heavier on the left, whereas we don't have anybody quite that big on the right. It's actually between number 2 and number 3. I might have to say, actually, number 2, I think, has the best saturation. Number 3 has the best confetti. So go with your heart on this. They're both really good options, Sunshine. I think you're pretty safe regardless of which one of these you choose. They're amazing. Very well done. Barry Bethany. Hey, so your advice was to change the path to a darker color like Main Street. And also, biggest advice was to fill up the sky more. I greatly appreciate your suggestions and advice. The OG is the first photo, and then the 2 suggestions. Thank you for all your support and help. Of course, of course. So, our original here. Oh, yeah, great job filling out the sky. One slight change I would recommend here. You're using the white tree. Let's steer clear of white. Let's just avoid that this week. There's so many really fun, vibrant colors we can play up. You know, like if we look at your outfit, you got this vibrant orange, this vibrant green. Even for your hair here, where you have like this super light blue, you already have a lot of light blue right above you. I think the dark blue looks really good, but maybe like a dark, like a dark purple fading into, or you could do dark blue at the top and then light blue at the bottom, since the top is kind of light here. But back here, I would use a different tree on this top left side, like a big green tree, or yeah, I think green would be good because you got a lot of red over here. You got a lot of pink here. We don't have a lot of lush, vivid green, so maybe a big sycamore right here. Or, you know, just make sure it's one of the vibrant green trees. We've talked about that a lot today. Some of the green trees are very yellow. You want to use one of the very vibrant ones. And if you could hide the white puff of this cloud, I would try to hide that. Maybe you can angle it to where the white puff goes behind this terrarium a little bit. And yeah, these two are going to be about the same, just different with the raven. But yeah, I would definitely change the white tree. Even if you don't, you still got a great shot of 4K with that. Dekai, one of my favorite snaps from yesterday. I love the storytelling of this one. And it looks like we got one more option here. Oh, yeah, you changed Mickey. Yeah, that was the only thing we talked about, is the more colorful Mickey. Dang, you actually got everything looking exactly like it did. I do think your old one was a little bit brighter. I think you might have had your highlight boosted like 1 stage more, maybe. Or maybe it has to do with the time of day, but it does look slightly brighter. I also really like your fireworks yesterday. They filled out the sky perfectly. So I do love the new colorful outfit for Mickey, like even more. but I think I like your original photo more than the new one. I mean, if you were able to get the exact same kind of firework display we have here and the exact same, like, lighting quality, then again, it doesn't really matter which one of these you submit. I mean, I feel like they're definitely both 4K, but I do think this will probably perform even better. But yeah, I do love the more colorful Mickey outfit for sure. Mamie Bear. Suggestions, add villagers in the front, change jacket, change rugs. I forgot the confetti, but I got it. I'm sorry, I know the rules. I'll put in another comment. Okay, nice. Well, you put it in. That's what counts. That's what counts. You got it in there. Thank you. And, you know, it's okay to forget every once in a while. Don't worry about that. That'll happen. As long as you're upfront about it. And as long as you're trying your best, you know. The one thing with the rules is when I make a certain suggestion and someone's like, yeah, I just couldn't figure it out. And it was like something like placing a box in a square. And I'm like, you're smart enough to do that. Like, you know, you didn't try, you know. It's okay to forget, but it's not okay to not try. Per the rules. Well, really like the framing on the new one. So we have our original here. And then we have a remake here where you're kind of squatted down. But I love that you actually got the camera low on this one. This is really cool. Cappy is very fun here. I don't know if we have... Like, I would consider maybe a more colorful Cappy. I know the Cappy you're using has, like, little flowers, but with the way they're positioned, we can't see them. But there is, like, a blue Cappy, and maybe you can equip 2 Cappies, so you're posing with one, and the other one's, like, standing beside you, and you could do, like, a blue and, you know, you could do 2, like, very colorful Cappies. But yeah, maybe have a more colorful Cappy. I love Rapunzel here. This is super fun. The confetti is looking... Chef's kiss. Amazing, beautiful, really good job there. Super fun the way you got this all framed. And I love that you hid the sand with this big rug. You know, we talked about, you know, replacing a lot of that yellow sand with like something very colorful. You did so good on this. Also, love your face paint here. Your necklace, the way you did the eyes, the hair, the fit. Looking good. Yeah, this is really good. And super unique, Mammy Bear. Super unique. Yeah, awesome job, Sasha Zito. So we got yesterday's here. Sasha said, thanks for the suggestions. You recommended more flowers to fill in the spaces and color and saturation for time of day. All right, let's see the big reveal. Drum roll, please. Let's go. Very nice. Look at that saturation change. This is how important, you know, that time of day and those sliders really are. Like, look at the difference here. I mean, this really pops. Great job with this. Great job with this. Now, my last recommendation is look at your confetti from yesterday. You see how it fills in the corners here and really fills in the corners here. Unfortunately, on today's, we're not really getting that confetti. It's barely here on the side, and it's actually completely absent from the left. Your angle and like where your photo is will sometimes determine whether that activates or not. So you might need to move or shuffle the confetti cannons around just a little bit to get them to work. But try your best to capture a combination of both of these. Try to get this confetti like you did yesterday, but try to get this lighting like you got today. This lighting and this saturation is so good. Very, very well done. Very competitive. Great job, Sasha Zito. You are a pro. Zombie. Oh, this is a re-review. Yeah, unfortunately, Zombie, I would love to do that, but essentially, I would never be able to eat, sleep, or live if I did 3 reviews per person. And if I start taking a 3rd review for one person, that means I need to start taking a 3rd review for all people because nobody gets special privileges. I want everything to be fair for everybody. So, yeah, I will not be able to do another review. I will look at it. I'll take a peek at it. But, yeah, I can't really, you know. Oh, yeah. I can't tell you what else I think because I want to be fair. But I can tell you I love it. Very nice. Very nice. I really like the way it came out. Thanks for sharing. Okay. Le Fatale. Le Fatale is also doing a 3rd review here. or wanting to. Yeah, can't do that. And don't apologize. Fatal, listen. Fatal started by saying, I'm very sorry I didn't get the lighting right in the last one. Look, I'm not mad at you. You don't have to apologize to me. I just want you to get 4K. The reason I'm concerned is because I want you to do good, and I want you to, I really want you to know how big of a deal that lighting is. And then once you master this, which good job, by the way, once you master this, next week when we do your review, we'll be able to move on to the next important thing, because I can't teach, when somebody's new at Snaps, I can't really teach them everything they can do well in 1 week, because there's more we can do here to make this even more competitive. Right off the top of my head, making sure we can't see through the snap, not building close to the edge. We'll cover all that later. I can't really tell you how to do all that right now. But before we can focus on these more advanced tactics, we got to make sure the basics are covered. That's why I really wanted you to nail the lighting this week, because that's where it all starts. Once you really master lighting in Dreamsnaps, which you did great with, by the way, once you really master lighting, that's when you can start making the most of all these other advanced techniques, and you can really, really start to find yourself just with incredible performance. So, good job getting it. And do not feel the need to apologize. Rather than an apology, this is what I want to see. Rather than you saying, I'm sorry, I didn't do that, I just want to see it. I'm not going to hold a grudge. I'm not going to be mad at you. I'm not going to kick you out of the reviews. I just want to make sure the very, very important things we discuss, the very important things that we break down are prioritized. Because that's the whole purpose of these reviews. I want you to get 4K. I want all of you to get 4K. I want my entire community, and we all can. There's room for all of us, because these streams are watched by maybe 1,000 people that come and go from the stream throughout these reviews, maybe 2,000. But there's about, 7,000 to 9,000 people on average, will get 4K each week. That's room for all of us. There's room for all of us in there. And I want all of us to be in there. And the best way I know how to make that happen is by first covering the essentials, like the meta, getting close to the avatar, playing up villagers, and then, making sure lighting is prioritized, theme is prioritized. And then after that, we can get more technical. We can start talking about, how to do special animations with the villagers, how to make your Dreamsnap feel like a movie scene and not like a movie set. All of these other things, which we'll cover week by week. But we got to graduate from 101 before we get to 102 and 103. So that's why I was very adamant about the lighting today. But I'm really glad to see you went out of your way to fix it. Congratulations. Really good job there. But please don't ever feel the need to apologize. The only reason I'm concerned is because I want you to do well. Dreamy Luna, I moved the big mushroom and added more trees in the back. Shifted the rainbow flowers. So, and bushes, moved off the other houses. So hopefully I fix the balance and the gray clouds. Okay. So, yeah, the OG here. Very nice, very nice. You've opened up the sides a lot. One minor problem here still, Dreamy Luna. One minor problem. Balance, right? Something we talked about a lot yesterday. And we really got to get this figured out for you, because just like we were explaining to our previous friend, if we can't get you to nail balance, we're going to get stuck on it. And we're not going to be able to work on other things that can help you improve your snaps. So, unfortunately, each time I review a snap, I don't have enough time with this many snaps to cover everything you could be doing better. We'll focus on the most important things first. And then once you get those things, then we can start paying attention to other really good things to do. But the first thing I see here is that we still haven't fixed balance. So yesterday I pointed out these balloons. I said, you see how this balloon here, there's a tiny bit of space between the edge of the frame and this balloon over here. There's a whole lot of space between the balloon and the edge of the frame. Unfortunately, we have the same problem today. Now, you did fix some of the problems. Like, we talked about there's no need to have this lamp here. It's just a whole bunch of gray, and we can't even see the light on top. And then the smoke bomb here is just it's very pale. If you're going to use the smoke bombs, use the more, vivid colors, like you could do green or, but the pale pink here just feels like a white fog on the edge of your photo. And you did fix the lamp, but you did not address the balance. And this is a very easy thing to figure out. Here's all you got to do if you want to get the balance figured out. Open the camera where you're going to take your photo just like you are, and set your angle up. If item A is touching the left side of the screen, item B should be touching the right side of the screen. So item B, these balloons on the right, all you need to do is exit the camera, go into furniture mode, and now move these to the right. Now go back into the camera and see if they're equal distance away. And do that for both sides. Make sure, if you're trying to make a symmetrical or even snap, which it looks like you are, you have the same items on the left, same items on the right. Like we have the same flower bed here, same flower bed here. We have the same balloons here, same balloons here. We have the same flower pot here, same flower pot here. So you're using the same things on both sides, which is balance. But it's not balanced at all if they're completely different positions away from the edge of the frame. It's all about framing. So it's on you to adjust that. And you're smart. You don't need me to tell you that this is far away from the frame and this is not. You don't need me for that. So I feel like we're not making good use of our review time if I'm having to cover things that you don't need me for. You can see this and this is not balanced. You see the balloons here touching, you see the balloons here not touching. It's that simple. So all you do is you exit the camera, now you move these items to the right. And if you want them to really be balanced, you might need to move all of this to the right. You might need to group select this balloon, this flower, and this pot, and move all of them over to the right. Even if that means moving things around over here, because balance is very important. And then if those things end up on the right, well, now this balloon arch is probably too far to the left. So now you take the balloon arch and you move that to the right. But here we have the center of your photo, which is your Ferris wheel. But you're treating the balloon arch like it's the center. Well, they're not really quite lined up. And then you did get the rainbows pretty well spaced. And keep in mind, Dreamy Luna, this is going to be a lot easier if you do it as you build. So let me give you a quick example. And, truly, I don't think you need me for this. I would love to help you with things like camera settings and how to really utilize villagers. But if we can't get over balance, we can't advance to the next stage. So let's make a foreground together real quick. I'm going to show you just how easy this is. So here's the item that's going to be pushing our camera. We're going to be right here. So we've figured out where we're going to be. And we know how we're centered because we're using this rug. What we want is for this line right here to match this line right here. We want these lines perpendicular. So basically even with each other. That way we always know we have the same angle. And if the lines aren't even, let me give you an example of this real quick. This is very, very easy to do. We're going to set up a rug right behind me. This rug does not have to permanently be in your photo. It could just be a placeholder. Okay. You see how at the base of the image here, I'm going to zoom in because I know a lot of you guys like watching on your phone. You see how at the base of the image here, we have this line on the rug. And then we have this white bar at the base of the camera. What we want is for this line of the rug and this bar, this white bar at the base of the scene to be perpendicular. We want them lined up with one another. That way we always have the same angle. So if I close the camera and then come back, all I got to do is make those lines even again, and I'll have the exact same angle I was just working with. That way, I'm not taking a picture sometimes like this and sometimes like this. I'm always taking it like this. We're always lining it up the same way. So now once you've figured that out, once you've been able to make sure, yes. Once you've been able to make sure you always have the same lighting, and by the way, once you build your scene, you can just delete the rug. It does not have to live there forever. So we've got our rug set up, so we know we're going to have the same item on both sides, or the same space. You know, we're always going to have the same framing. So now we want our foreground element. And we want our foreground element to be the same distance away from the camera on both sides. We don't want it to be really big on one side and really small on the other, or 2 feet away from the frame on one side and then 2 inches away from the frame on the other side. You really want to avoid that. So we're going to use these little windmills, right? These little pinwheel plants. We're rotating them both inward. And we're going to set them up just like that. Now, let's see if they're even. Oh, they're not quite in the foreground. And again, you just close the camera and you go right back into furniture mode each time. All right, so we align it with our carpet. And not quite. You see how this one is a little bit further left? And the other one needs to be a little further right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this one and we're going to move it about 1 space this way. And boom. Now they are completely even. So again, you don't need me for this. You don't need me to tell you this, but if we can't, if you can't get it dialed in, then we won't be able to focus on more important things. So making sure things are the same distance away is easy. So in your case, you have 1 balloon on the edge of your scene, and you have 1 balloon not near the edge of your scene. So right now your photo is like this, right? This is one of your balloons, and this is one of your balloons. Well, if that's the case, close the camera, go to the furniture mode, grab the balloon that's not the right distance away, and put it further down, and then reopen the camera and see if it worked. We went too far. You see, we went too far. Go back into furniture mode. Grab the item again. And I'll just move it back into the frame and check. We went too far. Now we know we don't need to overcompensate. Maybe just 1 or 2 spaces to the right and we're good. And there you go. Now they're perfectly even. It's just trial and error. You just have to put in the effort of checking it. You have to check it yourself, and then you have to reposition it, and then you have to check it again. It's super easy, but again, we can't advance to more useful strategies and tactics if we don't cover this. I mean, you've already mastered lighting, right? So, sorry. So, Dreamy Luna, you've already nailed lighting. You got the sun behind the camera. You've got good saturation. You've got good color. You've nailed the meta of pushing the camera closer. So you're really, really starting to get a good feel for how to approach snaps. But, we covered balance yesterday, and you did remove some of the things that were in the way, but we didn't really address the balance, and that's where I want you to be. That's the next thing for you to master. So you're doing great with your lighting. You're doing great pushing the camera closer. Let's work on that balance. And just keep in mind, all you got to do is make sure you're lining up your camera the same way each time. You can trace the line of your bricks here with the bottom of your shot, or you can use a rug to mark when you're building. And if some items are, far away from the edge while some items are close, just move these items down. And you might need to do the same thing with these flowers and with this pot and with this balloon arch. But it's going to make your entire scene feel more balanced. And again, if you look at the high-end players like Mama Dukes, Bob's, Beyblade, Sunshine, they're always very balanced. And they're always in 4K, LOTR. It's the reason they do so good is they just do all of these things week after week after week. And that's where I want to help the rest of you guys get. That's where I want everybody to be. We got time for releases, thankfully. You told me to move the green trees back and try to get more light in the back. But also keep the birds if possible. It was hard to get first the original. Okay, so yesterday's here. So I do like your green from yesterday. We didn't want to get rid of this color. You know, I do think you have a lot of green at the base. I mean, we want to add in more color diversity for sure, but you've kind of hid your green like way back here. So what you can do, and this is really bright, so I would not do this one. I would not do this one. It's rare to see light flare in 4K. They usually don't make it. Sometimes they do, but it's pretty rare. So you have really good colors for your smoke bombs back here, Lisa. But this is a whole lot of orange kind of in one spot. You don't have to have these orange trees this close. You know, the whole thing we wanted you to do yesterday, that's why this tree is dark. It's so close to the camera. All we wanted to do was move it back. We wanted to put your trees in the background. Just kind of like how far back these purple trees are. You can put this green tree back there with the rest of them. These orange trees don't have to be closer than these yellow trees in order for this background to work. They really don't. And again, you know, that's where we were going yesterday, was that there's no need for these trees to be so far out. We've covered this with many other reviews. And if we look at the example scene, I keep going back to this when I'm talking about it. If you look at Beyblade snaps, if you look at Mama Dukes' snaps, if you look at my snaps, if you look at a lot of the people that just tend to stay in 4K, they don't do this every week, but I would say about 90% of the time, this is the strategy they're using. Their background is just a row of things. That's all this is. It's just a row of all of these trees. We don't need, like, the yellow to come way out here. You know, we don't need the red to come way out here. Just build them in a row. And it's still going to fill out the corners really well. You're still going to get a lot of, you're still going to get all that color. If anything, you'll get even more color because nothing is going to be caught in shadow here. So going back to your scene, Lisa, that's what we were encouraging you to do for this one. You have the green trees here. And, you know, we said there's no need for them to come out. Just have them in the back with the rest of your trees. You have the purple trees back here. You can have the green trees back here. And if you want more colors, like the orange, like you've already got a ton of orange on your character, and now we have all this red and orange here, you can add some orange to your tree line, but if you build your trees further back, you'll be able to fit more colors in. If you're bringing your trees out, it's going to just take up a whole bunch of space. I mean, if you don't have time to make any changes, this definitely could get 4K. But I do think you can make it a lot more competitive if you track along with, you know, what we were talking about when we discussed building out your background. Again, you know, let's look at Beyblade here. Look at all the fun colors they have in their tree line. You know, we have very vibrant green, we have vibrant yellow, we have orange, we have a sunflower, we have this blue, we have this purple. And they just put all their trees in a beautiful line in the back, and then they have all these fun colors in front of them. When we look at Dree's example here, you know, we see this red, this yellow. Look at how many colors they mixed in over here. Whereas in your snap, you've got this tree so close that Dree is fitting like 6 colors where you're just dumping 1. So that's why we talked about putting the trees towards your back. You know, that way you can fit a bit more. And not only that, but they're going to allow for good sunlight because this is still too close. That's why this is still dark. So the reason we wanted to move your trees back is because they're not catching sunlight here because you have them coming way out. You need them in your background for the whole tree to be lit. We wanted to move these trees back so they would catch sunlight. And we have the exact same problem today because you didn't move the trees back. You just put another tree there. So you don't need the trees here. If you're trying to hide these clouds from the rainbows, you can always just put the rainbows out towards the edge or move the rainbows up enough to where the cloud is not visible. The cloud is out in the sky. Or you could always hide the clouds by using balloon baskets. In my scene, I was able to hide the clouds simply by having them go out of the scene. So you can't see the clouds at all here from the rainbows. And I think maybe that's why you're trying to put these trees so close up, but it's actually hurting your snap. So if my advice is to say, hey, take these trees and put them in your background, and then you do that, but then you just put new trees there, that's not really what I'm recommending, you know? But the reason I'm over-explaining is because it's more important for you to understand why I'm recommending something rather than for you just to know that I am recommending something. In order for you to be able to do this on your own with absolutely no help, when it comes to like targeting what can make a snap more competitive, you gotta learn the reason why I'm recommending it. And what I told you yesterday was that we're not getting good light here. That's what happens when you bring large items to the side of your snap and the sun is behind the camera to the right, or behind the camera and to the left a little bit. Like in my snap here, the sun is behind the camera and towards my right-hand side. So the sun is like over here, you know, it's behind the camera, but it's over here on that left side of the screen. So when I'm facing my build, the sun's towards the right of this. So the light is coming in at an angle. So if I take a big tree and I put it right here, well, this whole side is going to be dark because the sun is coming from this side. But if we put it way back here, it's far back enough to where when the camera looks at it, the camera's only going to see the front, which is catching the sun. That's why we made the recommendation. That's what I want you to know. Because I think you might not know why I'm making the recommendation, because you just put another tree there. So again, if you want an orange tree here, that's great. But let's move it back into the tree line with the rest of them so that it doesn't look like a big dark patch. And also that'll allow you to use even more colors. And again, if you're using the tree to hide the rainbow cloud, you really don't have to do that. You can use other items to hide the rainbow cloud, or you can just have the rainbow cloud go out of the scene, put it on the outer edges. There's so many different ways you can address that. And again, as it is now, I think this is probably your best snap. I mean, these two are about even. Yesterday's and today's are about the same, because we have the same issue with both. So you can go with either one. But if you do have a chance to kind of readjust and not have big trees come out, I would always be very cautious of that if you can. All right. Well, I think that was it. I think that's it. 6 minutes till 5. I did it. I got the snaps done before the deadline. He won't accept my friend request. Wait, what? What do you mean? You guys know what tomorrow is, right? Tomorrow is update day. We still have Mad Hatter Marie in the 7-7 secondary. Do you do Wings of a Daydream? It's in the secondary channel. Okay. Actually, this was submitted at 3:52. No, I can't, guys. I can't. The deadline is 3. Oh, never mind. This was submitted at... Wait. No, that... Oh, no. This is on time. This should have been reviewed way earlier. Wait, I did review this. It says Senpai is reviewing your snap. Wings of a Daydream? Marie, I'm not talking about yours right now. I'm literally talking about Wings. Why are you yelling at me? Just wait a second. Relax. I see Wings of a Daydream says currently reviewing your snap, and this is in secondaries. Well, I don't have time to read all of this. I do see Wings said, I do remember this, though. I mean, it says 4 p.m. when we reviewed it. The reason you guys probably can't find it is because I think we covered it very quickly. Read us Mickey out of the shadow. highlight more color, or maybe we didn't. I don't know, but there's a comment on it, so I'm not sure why we have a comment on one that we didn't do. Highlighting more of a color palette rather than the rainbow scene unnecessary and never. Okay, let's see. First is the original, second is the new. I do like it way more without the wings. That's much better. Even got a little Mickey cloud here. And also the tree line is a lot more solid. You're embracing the colors of the rainbows a lot better. Yeah, I think this one was more of a directed palette. This one is going to be more in tune with what most players are doing, which I think is going to make you a lot safer here. And then we have a third version. I'll be honest, I actually like the second version a bit more than the third. Mickey and Minnie being a bit closer to the camera, I think, is ideal. I gotta go, so will you tag me in the ones that we haven't done, Ashley? Will you just tag me in them? And keep in mind, guys, tomorrow we'll be live the moment the new expansion releases. By the way, what time is that new expansion coming out? Is it noon or is it 1? I can't really remember. Advised to change the outfit and more confetti and cover the sky better. I switched around the villagers. I couldn't get the fox to be nice with the ball trick. So with the ball trick, just keep in mind it usually takes the fox like 5 minutes to register that there is a ball. So sometimes you gotta wait a little bit for it once you set up the companion house. Yeah, the new outfit is definitely stronger, and the confetti looks really good. Yeah, because you had good confetti here. We were talking about having confetti here, so 2 cannons in the back and 1 cannon towards the front. So it looks like we have 2 cannons towards the back, and I do think you have a cannon towards the front, but I would try to bring those front cannons in just a little bit more. Even if we end up seeing them a little bit on the edge, the reason why is because you can actually get these little colorful circles and these ribbons to be present in this open space. Because you got all this open blue, and more of these little orbs here would look really good. If you brought your confetti cannons in just a little bit more, the ones towards the front, you can get a lot more effects here. This one, you got a lot more of the orbs in here, which is good. I would just love to see some of the swivels in there too, if possible. I think this is the best one of the 3, though. This is the best one of the 3. Is that it? Or is anybody else slipped through the cracks somehow? 9 a.m. EST. Is it 9 a.m.? I thought they were doing a different time this time around. I know 9 a.m. is when they always do the free updates. So if it's 9 a.m., that sounds like a regular day. I'm glad it's 9. I thought they might do 12, because that's what they did for... I think they did that for... like Storybook Vale or Eternal Isle or one of them. It came out at like around noon. But... since I have plans around 5, 9 a.m. is great because that means I'm going to be able to, that means I should be able to finish the new expansion in a day. Steam says 9 a.m. That's it, you're done. Okay, good. Bottom one is newer. Yeah, I think, I figured that was the newest one. That's usually how they come in order like that. I do think the bottom one's the best one, though. Because, like I said, you got a lot of good color here. I mean, if you wanted to add even more,
notice me.
You could add the Aurora back here too if you wanted.
Thank you, Senpai.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Just don't yell at me, please. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. All right. Don't do it, Samantha. All right. You knocking these out of the park today. I'm impressed, says Chewy. Yeah, we did pretty good. Well, usually re-reviews, secondary reviews are a little bit faster to get through because not everybody does one. And most of the time, there's not as much to cover because if people do a really good job with the advice, you know, we don't have to recommend a bunch of stuff and we don't have to teach as much as we do on the primary reviews. Sometimes if the advice isn't incorporated, we got to spend some extra time on it, like when we were talking about balance and centering items. You know, sometimes we have to do that, but that's way more common in the primary. So usually things go pretty smooth. Things go pretty smooth during the secondary reviews. So we got through it pretty fast today. But tomorrow is going to be a very big and exciting day, so I hope you guys are ready. Twitch drops are going to be back. We will be live probably around 8:45, maybe 8:40, or maybe like right at 9 because I'm probably going to be sleepy. We'll see. But either way, we'll be jumping into the new adventure pack the moment it releases. The moment it releases. Lisa said I can't do Pokemon tonight because of the award ceremony. Well, there's unlimited raids right now. Ash said, feel free to invite me into raids. I'll be home. I'm going to Delco Park. It's so... Dude, they fill up so fast. There's literally hundreds of people there. So, it's really, really hard to get my friends to join. But I will definitely send you invites, and hopefully you'll be able to get in. I think Mama Flash joined me for a couple yesterday. But I didn't even invite... So, here's what you can do, Ashley. If you have your game open between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m., you can look on your friends list and it'll tell you that I'm in a raid and you can just join. So instead of me inviting you, if you see me in a raid, just join. That's what Mama Flash does. I'll just be raiding and Mama Flash just appears next to me. It's funny. All right, I'll catch you guys later. I still got to get my bike loaded up to the car and, you know, he said no invites for you. Well, you know, I'm letting her know she can come. I'm trying to tell her to still come, you know. Also, Samantha, what is that badge? You got like a 2-point pickle. What the hell? I want a pickle. Marie said I need raid buddies. You added me, right? You can, dude. I'm gonna do raids all week. I'm doing raids all week. The raid hours are from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. and I'm gonna be doing I might not do Thursday and Friday. I already got enough Zacian and enough Kyogre and, you know. I really want... I don't have Kyurem Black, Kyurem White, so I'm doing those today and tomorrow. But you added me as a friend, so if you ever see me... This week, there's unlimited remote raids, so if you want to do any remote raids, if you see me online, feel free to join. The raids do fill up really fast, though. I'll do that. Drop it in Discord. Oh, my friend code? Yeah, I gotta add you before I leave. Do we really not have each other added? No way. I'll just put it in chat. I'll put it in chat. All of you guys can add me if you have... I mean, like, I feel like most people here don't have Pogo, so... yeah, anybody here that wants to add me on Pogo, like, honestly, feel free. I'll just put it in chat. I haven't added you. Someone sent it to me. I'm getting it right now. Then I'm gonna leave. We made good time today. We made good time. Yeah, friend code then buy. Friend code then buy. Okay. Oh, hang on. I'm hatching a bunch of eggs, apparently. Sorry. Yeah. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Hold up. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. There's another one. Okay. All right. All right. We're almost there. Oh my god, bro. Just... Okay, apparently I finished the week challenge where I had to hatch 20 eggs. I'm just trying to get to my friend code. I'm almost there, almost there. Okay, we made it. My friend code is 5199 5050 4349. I'll ask you both. I'm scared. Don't ask me. Not my ass. Okay. Yeah, there's my friend code. Mama Flash says, Lisa, you're welcome to add me as well. Yeah, Mama Flash, like I said, Mama Flash will literally just like randomly join my raids when I'm at Delco Park. It's awesome. But yeah, if you guys ever see me at raids, like in your friend list, you can just hop in. But if I'm at Delco, they do fill up so fast. Mama Flash says, hi, Samaya. We watch for raids tonight. Yeah, check. I should be jumping in them as soon as I get to the park. So right around like 5:50, 6 o'clock, I'll be hitting it. All right, you guys. As always, I cannot wait till tomorrow. Very excited. We got the new expansion coming out. Whoopoo, whippy. You know, yay, yay. I don't know what that noise was. Whoopoo. I was going to say woohoo and yippee, and it came out. You know what? Don't worry about it. Twitch drops tomorrow. Twitch drops. We're going to have Twitch drops. So make sure you've linked your Twitch in your Dreamlight Valley. And yeah, it's probably going to be pretty busy. Probably going to be a couple extra people here. So instead of 127 people, we'll probably have 129, I think, tomorrow. We'll probably go up by like 2 people. So yeah. All right. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for the big day. I'll try to be live a little bit earlier than normal. You know, if the update releases at 9, I'll try to go live around like 8:45. Or if I'm extra EP, I might be going live right at 9. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. We'll catch you on the next one. Ta-ta for now. Ta-ta for now. Ta-ta. Ta-ta for now. We'll see you next time. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.